And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the WardiTV on day number 25. I'm of course your side VIP. With me, I'm joined by these amazing players, by the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, one and all, to the round of 32. Welcome to the first round here of the event, your open Wardy StarCraft. And spawning in the right hand corner of a frost line, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 1-0. As we are jumping in mid-series, it is Rebellion. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It is Gamba time. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping into our best of 3. Now, again, I do apologize. The series is halfway, or in a way, halfway through. We did miss out on game 1. Originally, we were going to be casting for Jimmy versus Baby Marine, and if you notice, that was what our initial title was stated to be. But then we found out that Wardy was going to be jumping on that series as well, and the last thing we want is to have both English streams covering the same series and going in the same direction. Would have loved to have seen Jimmy versus Baby Marine into SHIN, but alas, Wardy has that area of the bracket covered, so we did decide to hop over, find another series. We weren't quite fast enough to get into game 1, but at least we're here for game number 2, into our PvP, Rebellion versus Trigger. Again, this is our, and again, coming into this, like, I was going to be favoring Trigger, of course. Rebellion, he's an amazing player to try to fight back against him, but to see Rebellion up 1-0 already is crazy. I wish I saw the game. I wish I knew what the hell happened. No idea, but already we're popping up. Already we are kicking things off here with a proxy pylon from Trigger. So back at home, Rebellion, he scouts, he sees that the pylon is missing, and what is this going to lead into? This is going to lead into, most likely, proxy Stargate. There's a prime location for a Stargate to go into the main base of Rebellion to get some economic damage done early on. What I can say about the last game is that it was around a 12 to 14 minute game, so it was relatively long. It does mean that most likely both players got into the mid game in game number 1, and there it is, no surprise, Stargate out of Trigger. So this is going to be the initial Stargate. Meanwhile, Rebellion back at home, just 2-gate opener, pylons in the main, going for a Twilight Council opener instead. Bold move. For all Rebellion knows, it is going to be a 1-base all-in, so he is risking a little bit here by going for the Twilight Council, but he is looking with that probe. He is scouting, he's searching for that pylon, trying to figure out where exactly it is. Does check the 3rd base location, does check the natural, and he is on the hunt here towards the southern half of the map, which is not where the proxy is. He is searching. Meanwhile, Stargate is done. Oracle is now on the way. And the goal is to hit that mineral line. Meanwhile, it looks like Rebellion, he is covering his bases. He's covering his corners. He is not going to be skipping on the shield battery. The shield battery is going to be enough to defend against the first Oracle. Again, Rebellion doesn't know exactly what's going on, but at least with the shield battery, he is going to have that safety net. And again, if it was a Stargate, then this is ideal for that position. As the Oracle does make his way into the main. And the shield battery is ready for this. It does cover the mineral line. Rebellion, he can respond. Meanwhile, going for the station trap, Rebellion does pull away. Oh, he does pull away in time. Does pull away. Extra loss mining time, but with that, no losses for Rebellion. Meanwhile, setting up a proxy across the map. Oh, we are getting ready here for what looks to be a 1-base all-in. What do we have? We have 2 gates back at home, we have 1 proxy across the map, and we could even afford a 4th gateway for a 1-base 4-gate blink all-in. So Rebellion is going hyper-aggressive. Meanwhile, across the map, going to be a expansion followed by a Robo follow-up here. So Trigger is playing very safe. With that Robo, he can gain access to defensive immortal production, and he'll be ready for what's to come. But is it too late? Remember, it's Stargate, then Nexus, then Robo, so all a little bit delayed here for Trigger. And here comes the all-in. Here comes the push. It is going to be 3 gateways, only 3 gates. We'll begin 3 stalkers at a time. Trigger, he does not see the proxy, barely does miss it. And Rebellion, can he break this location with 2 shield batteries and with station traps? Oh, I feel like Trigger should be okay. Trigger is looking very secure, and Rebellion has not expanded. As time goes on, it's getting worse and worse for Rebellion. But I don't see him breaking through this. He can try to gain high ground vision, but alas, he has no sentry, he has no high ground, no hallucination. Will rotate. Does rotate over. Has to be careful. Oh, baits out the stasis. Nicely done. Okay, first hurdle. He's gotten over it. Meanwhile, the immortal shields have been triggered, which means we should be diving in momentarily. There's another stasis. Oh, and we can see Trigger. He does intentionally move towards that stasis trap. Trying to bait Rebellion into the dive. So hoping to bait. Oh, he does go for it, and he gets caught out. The immortal will survive, and with that Trigger he holds. Yeah, Trigger he holds. He shuts down the all-in. The longer this goes on, the worse it is. Still no expansion. You can see Rebellion is he's hoping that maybe there is another stasis trap. But that was brutal. And now we have two immortals. Yeah, now there's two immortals here. Shields get triggered, Stalkers they get locked down. And Trigger is stumbling out of control. He's completely shut down the army. GG gets called as Trigger holds, and Trigger ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Let's go. We are going to the ace match. And from here, we'll see how this story ends. See how this ends. Could you stream Clem versus Marmy after the game? No. We do typically follow our players into the next series. So we're going to be covering Trigger versus Rebellion. Winner goes up against most likely Bunny. So we're going to be focusing on the lower half of the bracket. We'll be going over the rest of the bracket after this series. But typically we do stay in each other's lanes. What I mean by that, Wardy has the upper half of the bracket right now. We have the lower half, so we're trying to ideally avoid each other for as long as we can until the semis. Then we join forces, then we come together. So Wardy has the upper half, we have the lower half. That is the plan. But you know, hopefully there may be some other language casters. I know that Coca usually casts Clem quite like religiously, so usually Coca is all over Clem. And you can check that out over on Coca stream. Otherwise, jumping in. Otherwise, we're going to be getting into that ace match. Here we go. And again, a lot of really good matches are currently ongoing. It's quite overwhelming to see just all the matches that are coming to a head. A lot to get into as we jump into game number 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of the Amygdala, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing clan A2P. It is Rebellion. I didn't ask him what this stands for, A2P. I know that it's Rennie Hour's team or his clan. I'll let you know what it stands for. As spawning in the right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Red Protoss representing Basilisk. It is a Trigger. And again, such a good read out of Trigger. Initially to go for the proxy, to go for harassing damage, but to read and predict that Rebellion would go for a one-base all-in as a response. And Trigger, he was so ready for it with the stasis traps, with 2 shield batteries, with the Immortal, actually I should say, with the Robo follow-up into the Immortal production as well. Just a really solid game state there from Trigger. From there, we get out of hand. Among SC2 people. Oh, there you go. There you go. Among Us? Among Us. Oh, no. I always thought Rebellion was very sus. Very sus. Aye. Actually, is there... Sorry, just checking to see if there's like an Among Us like meme in here. Okay. Maybe. As now Trigger is once again going for the proxy. This is a prime location for a proxy Robo. So last game we had a Stargate into Oracle Harass. This technically could be a Stargate, but I'm leaning more towards a Robo here. One base all in from Trigger, a very intense, very fast series here already. Game 1 was a little bit longer, which we missed out on, but here, Game 2, shows what you got. Cybercore is finishing up, and Trigger, he throws down the proxy. And as we mentioned, proxy Robo, one base all in. One base all in from Trigger is going to commit back across the map. We do have Rebellion going for his own 2-gate opener. And Rebellion, he scouts, he sees that the pylon is missing. He knows that something is wrong, something is amiss, and he is scouting. Now, this is a very common proxy location for Trigger, whether it's here towards the south or towards the north. He's very fond of this location. Rebellion is checking the corner of the map. Let's take over the Zelnaga. Oh, barely doesn't spot this yet. Barely doesn't confirm. And he won't. Yeah, he will not confirm. He's checking the nearby location for a proxy Stargate. Up, and it looks like he will come across this. Woo. Barely towards the end. He is now aware. He does scout the robo. Now he's getting ready back at home. He's now aware of the one base all in. Immortals are on the way. Prism as well. Extra Immortals. Barely does hide his probe. Does keep it hidden. I love the idea of going for this pylon. I would imagine the goal here is at some point in the defense, he has the freedom to throw down or to warp in his own stalkers behind the army and go for the pylon and depower the robo. We'll see if he can pull it off. Meanwhile, Rebellion, he is going to be setting up. He's got his own defensive robo. Trigger moving in. And here we go. He does come into the shade. Oh! Does come into the main. Doesn't quite commit. Ooh, does force no reaction. Already a good start here for Trigger. Takes down the pylon. Nice force field. Locks down the units. Oh my god, that should not have happened. 1, 2 Stalkers are going to be going down. Adepts are under fire. Yeah, very nice catch here from Rebellion. The Prism a little bit too late. Adept comes into the shade. He's going to get a couple of workers. But the punish is real. Oh god, as we are getting more worker kills here. 3 probes. That should not be happening. Yeah, 3, 4 workers going down. Rebellion! No, he doesn't notice. It's taken too long. 5 probe kills. 6 probes. Oh my god. Yeah, far too much damage. Immortals on the way. Still not making use of the pylon. Going for his own prism across the map. And going for his own counter damage. But right now, Rebellion, god, the economy, it's hindered. It's not there. He's down 4 probes. Trying to rebuild. Again, it was such a strong start for Rebellion and then fumbled the ball a little bit towards the end. Did fumble. Adepts into the main. They get 1 probe. Trigger, he defends. Trigger, he does react in time. Rebellion's in a rough position here as he's being outproduced. As Trigger takes on one of the gates, going for the second. Gateway is going to be going down. Meanwhile, here comes the intercept. Going for the pylon. Is going for the pylon, and he will barely target it down. Whew. Okay, not bad. Depowers the robo. Does depower, will lose a stalker. Does lose a stalker in the process. Prism now out of position. Oh. Rebellion, he could try to... I was going to say he could go for a fight, but not quite. As a sentry for Trigger, he can force field the ramp. And the Prism's moving up for a counterattack. Prism towards the main. Prism is denied. Drop behind the mineral line. Once again, Rebellion just falling behind economically. Losing another 4 workers. But this will come down to the main fight. But I still favor Trigger there as well. Again, he's got 3 Immortals here. I mean, 5 in total. How do you break that? Yeah, I don't know if you do. I mean, at least it's only going to be 5. True. Like, the robo is depowered. So there aren't any more Immortals. At this stage of the game, yeah, I was going to say that we may as well expand. So Trigger is knocking down that gateway. The problem is that no one can push up this ramp. Like no one can move up, otherwise the opposing player is going to force field. So we are trapped. And we're staring each other down. So Trigger, he will expand. And this makes the most sense. Trigger, he has enough to contain, to just contain his opponent. And there it is, Nexus is on the way. So Trigger, he's building up, he's working towards that next step. Mag Ring out of this. Here's Mag Ring. Rebellion going for his own drop. Alastair are reinforcements back at home. And again, the win condition for Trigger is just expand, take a second base, use that economy to get into upgrades, a greater production setup, just build up towards a longer game state. Oh, nice pick up, gets a sentry. Sentry goes down. Mortal stays to the main. Oh. One Stalker. And Trigger going into Phoenix production. Okay, Stargate Oracle into Phoenix. Interesting. There's a recall back home. Oracle's on the way. Phoenix is going to be a good alternative here to deal with those Immortals. And Rebellion, he saw the expansion. He knows that Trigger is expanding, is getting another base. As he tries to shade out. It does break out. Carries down his Immortals. I mean, Rebellion, he can take an Immortal lead. As he has a Robo and Trigger does not. But right now we're even. Even on Immortals. Robo's going to go down. And the armor supplies are very close. They're very close. They're very similar. Last Trigger, though, he's going to be fighting with the help of shield batteries. So shield batteries are going to be a factor. Likewise, Phoenixes, they can zone away that Prism and even crowd control and lift up those Immortals. Oh! Does catch Stalker. Adept, Sentry as well. Gets the trifecta. Nice big goes here by Trigger. Adept say Thread in the Shade. Jeez, that's five shield batteries and a stasis trap. Ay, ay, ay. Now, say we don't quite notice. Is that stasis? Same time, Oracle does get into the main, distracting Rebellion. And probes are going down. Rebellion doesn't commit and pushing it to 5 shield batteries. I mean, again, how do you do this? He's gonna try. It does push forward. And Lords, they do get buried back. A big micro over there from Trigger, and Trigger's not losing anything. Yeah, he doesn't lose anything here. The shield batteries, they put in a lot of work. And with that, he's breaking out. Lifts up the Immortals, takes down 3 of them. Just waiting for those shield batteries to run out. And then he can break through. Then he can, and he will. Now looks down the Immortals. They're going for the Prism. Prism's gonna fall. And there's nothing left. There's nothing here. GG gets called. And despite going to the ace match here, Trigger, he is gonna take it. Good luck for the next round. And Trigger, he will advance on into the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Trigger. I mean, Trigger did come in as the heavy favorite, which is why I'm surprised. Which is why I'm pleasantly surprised to see Rebellion take the first game and force the ace match as well. Unfortunately, we did miss out on the first game, but regardless, well played nonetheless. And congratulations to Trigger as he does advance on to face off against his next opponent. The question becomes, who exactly is it? We're here to find out. Exclamation mark B in the chat to have a look at the back of yourselves. The bracket is stacked, the bracket is live, and we have our next series. Oh. We have our next series. Again, there's a lot to go over. We have a lot of updates. We'll start from the bottom so we can catch up, and then we'll meet up with what's happening at the top of the bracket. Damn, here we go. So Trigger takes down Rebellion 2-1. Scrolling up, we have Bunny. Bunny takes down Ateshi 2-0 as well. And we have our next series. It is going to be a best of 3 between Trigger and Bunny. Let's go. big fan of both Trigger and Bunny, so my heart just does hurt a little bit here seeing these two face off against each other. Only one can advance on. Best of luck. Best of luck to both players as they face off in the round of 16. Scrolling up, we have Nickrat, and Nickrat takes down herO 2-0. herO takes down Davidhouse 2-0, and now we have herO versus Nickrat in the round of 16. They're currently facing off. Currently mid-series in a PvT. Scrolling up, ByuN takes down Gref. We have Classic takes down Jovka. We have Classic versus ByuN also in the round of 16. Also a banger of a PvT. A lot of TVPs, to be honest. A lot of Terran versus Protoss here. Classic ByuN, herO Nickrat, Bunny Trigger. And that trend continues as scrolling up here, we have Ryung waiting for the winner of MaxPax and Rennie Hour. Best of luck to Rennie. As Rennie is, I believe, facing off against MaxPax as we speak. They're facing off here in a PvP. And Ryung is waiting for the winner of that series. So another TVP. Just pure Terran versus Protoss. Purely Terran versus Protoss down here. As Ryung did take down Art. Meanwhile, we have the upper half of the bracket. And again, originally we were going to be going into this series as well. We have Baby Marine. Baby Marine, he took down Jumi 2-0. We were going to jump into that series. But again, Wardy is covering that, which means Wardy should be following Baby Marine into SHIN, as SHIN takes down Luciano 2-0. We have SKillous. He does advance on to face off against Cure in the next round. Another TVP. And we have Clem versus Percival also ongoing as well. So we have Clem versus Percival. We have Cure versus SKillous, SHIN versus Baby Marine, and Solar versus Cristiano. Boy. So best of luck to SHIN and Solar, as they are they're primed to face off against each other in the quarterfinals, potentially. So we'll see if that does come to pass. But now though, we have our first series, so we have our second series. The vetoes are done. We are jumping into Bunny and Trigger. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Falcons. It is Bunny. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat. Coming into this, I'll be honest, I do favor Trigger here, as Trigger has been very, very much so in form. I think it was last week, Trigger, he was able to take down MaxPax, able to take it to Clem, not quite beating Clem, but able to have a good showing against him as well. Trigger has been looking like a beast over the past couple of months. Bunny has only recently returned, I want to say back in December. Back in December, Bunny did kind of return to more regular play. Not like he retired or anything, but Bunny, he was inactive. He was on hiatus for a couple of months. Now he is back, and it's always been great to see Bunny return as well. He's also looking very in form. I'm hoping for an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, regardless if it goes the way of Bunny or Trigger, I'm hoping for a game 3. We'll see if we can get it. We shall see. As we have Bunny going for an economic opener, going for a Rax Expand, single gas geyser here for our Terran player. Meanwhile, standard opener out of Trigger. I say standard, going Gate Expand into Cyber Core. Okay. Does decide to cut some corners. So both players being more economic. As we settle in. Now, as we settle into Whispers of Gold, of course, Whispers of Gold is a rush map. It is a very small map. Short rushes by ground. Aggression is favored here. So we'll keep an eye on our players. I mean, based on the openers, we're not really leaning in that direction. At least not anytime soon. We're just kind of calming things down, taking our bases, saturating from here. Most likely Bunny going into like a mine drop follow-up. Trigger should be going for a Twilight Council. There it is, Twilight Council into Blink. We don't really expect to see Stargate play on Whistles of Gold. We've seen it rarely, and likewise, we've seen it rarely work as well. Can be quite difficult to get away with Stargate play on this map. So we do not get it. From here, Trigger poking out. Just keeping tabs on Bunny. When it comes to Bunny's opener here, he is going for a reactive marine production. No additional Hellions. I mean, no additional Reapers is what I meant to say. No Reapers or Scouts, and nothing across the map. Bunny is unaware of what's going on, but the Hellion will help with that. Ideally, the goal for the Hellion should be to bypass the Stalker and to get across the map, but it's taking a lot of hits, taking a lot of damage. As Bunny does force back the Stalker. Ooh, we'll lose one Marine. And Trigger, ideally, he does want that Hellion. Won't quite get it, though. Hellion pulls away. Bunker's going to finish, and Bunny holds. Bunny does hold. Meanwhile, Trigger throwing down extra gateways. So far, he's on a 2-gate setup. 2 gates into a 3rd base. Maybe the build of choice here from Trigger. Once again, quite greedy. Yeah, so Trigger going for an economic build. There it is. 3rd base is on the way off of 2 gateways. So very economic here from Trigger. We'll see if he can get away with it. Again, thankfully for Trigger, Bunny's only going for a Widow Mine drop. So this is mainly for scouting. Mainly for scouting information. A Hellion does move out and does confirm the timing of the Nexus. So Bunny now knows that Trigger is being greedy, is being economic, is cutting corners, and will have less Stalkers to work with. Hellion goes down. Drop into the main. Oh. Widow Mines, they drop up. And they get 1 probe. Just the 1. Oh my god. Widow Mine does barely get away. Nice save there out of Bunny. Does hop the hell out of there. Does escape. Likewise, Bunny back at home. Settling into his 2-base setup. 3-1-1, nothing too fancy. Getting into bio, stim, tank production, and will eventually move out with his stim timing. So again, Bunny just being more passive, being more economic, just chilling back at home. There's nothing really to threaten Trigger outside of the mine drops. There's sure some Raven harass, there's some auto turrets that have been coming in. But just some light harassment here from Bunny. Speaking of, gets 1 probe. 1 worker goes down. Oh, sorry, say that 2 probes even. 2 workers do fall. Skin is the main, does get eyes on the Observer. Observer gets sniped. At least Trigger did get eyes on the production, so is aware. Is aware of what's going on. And like we've seen from many Protoss players in this game, or in this matchup in recent months, it is going to be Stalkers into charge and +1. So again, we're staying on a low gas count, 3 gases from that into charge into +1, followed by delayed Colossus production, or Storm, but delayed splash damage. Trigger, he will get there eventually, but until then, is heavily reliant on a gateway composition. Widow Mine waddles across the map. Stalkers a poke in. Here comes the move out. Stim is almost done. It's on Trigger to slow this down. Observer gets caught. Trigger picks off a couple of Marines. He's racing back home. Charge is done in time for this push. And this is the benefit of this build from Trigger. Is to defend with charge. Barely doesn't get the tank. Almost. Yeah, 1 shot away from going down. Trigger, I'm sure he wants that tank. Oh, poking in. Charge is done. 1 tank does siege, the other is late, and the tank is, they're gonna go down. They're gonna go down. Massive cleanup here from Trigger. And again, this is the advantage of that charge follow-up. Charge is done in time for pushes like this, and Trigger is perfectly safe and sound. Trigger shuts down the army, cleans up both tanks. Force the pickup. Bunny going for a CC on location. That's a little bit too greedy. Ooh, and force the cancel. It was what, over halfway done. Water turrets coming in. Trigger defends. And Bunny's in trouble. Bunny, he's in a lot of trouble here. Oh, the mine shots. Very nice connections. Widow Mine swap up. Bunny defends. Ooh, Bunny holds. Bunny, he does hold on. Does punish Trigger. Ooh, even catching the Immortal. Yeah, Trigger here overextends. Does overextend. Has to pull back. Has to back up. Trigger is now in trouble. Momentum on the side of Bunny. has been very back and forth, but what's most important here is the cancel third base. Third is only now halfway done for. ByuN is heavily delayed. Trigger, his own base, his own fourth, is almost complete. Economically, Trigger does have a lead, and now that he is able to maintain his 3-base economy, what do we have? We have Colossus on the way. We have Extended Thermal Lance alongside the Colossi. Woodermine's getting targeted down. Oh! Nice splits. Nice splits there by Trigger. Does pull away. Does pull back. Colossus has arrived. And ByuN has to back off. He's getting caught out though. This is going to be extensive losses. Marauders are going down. Lion shots, they get baited. Nice blinks, nice dodges. Trigger controlling well. Again, there's still a lot of pressure on ByuN. You can see ByuN falling behind here in that supply. A lot of it, late expansion, rough trades. There's still drop potential, true. Can still try to pull this off. Trigger, he responds, he warps in. Does warp in those stalkers. Likewise, ByuN now backing off and calming things down. After a couple of aggressive minutes here, ByuN, he didn't really achieve what he wanted. He backs off, establishing his third base, now taking up into Ghost and into Viking production as well. It's building up. I will say that this is a little bit delayed here for ByuN. I just still give the edge to Trigger, but a lot of this will still come down to the engagement as the armies are passing by each other. Okay, they get spotted. Marine does spot the rotation. ByuN, he has to respond. Is rotating over. Oh. But he scans. We have more reinforcements on the way. How many Vikings? 7. 7 so far. Nice missile. Missile goes off. It does shred the armor first. Colossus goes down. But the charge will just collapse on the army. Colossus didn't matter. Not anymore. Boys are being pulled. Bio army is trapped. And is there enough DPS here for Trigger? Does he have enough Zealots? The answer is, he does. Yeah, he has more Zealots coming in. He breaks through the defensive line. 18 SCVs go down. And ByuN, he's barely trying to hold on. Again, pulling as many SCVs as he can, but no shot. He's being broken. Being broken here now. GG gets called, and Trigger, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Trigger does take a lead. Again, it was just a stronger start for Trigger. I do want to say that this game was a really good example of the power of that kind of build that the Trigger went for, going for 3 gases, blink into a third base, into charge and +1. I think it really did showcase kind of the strengths of it and how safe you can be against these tank pushes. The move out from ByuN honestly didn't really threaten Trigger whatsoever. Trigger, he had a sea of Zealots waiting for that first tank push, and instantly both tanks went down. The army was forced back, the third base was cancelled, and Trigger took a lead. Trigger took a lead then and there after that one first moment. We saw that ByuN was able to have some better engagements afterwards. He was able to punish Trigger overextending, but really that's all he was really able to accomplish. From there, Trigger, he was able to happily and freely take a 4th base, take an economic lead, and take a supply lead as well. So our Protoss was able to get a lot of momentum early on and just carry it forward from there. But now we'll see if we can bring it back and force the ace match. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Falcons. It is ByuN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk, leading the series 1-0. It is a Trigger. We go. And after an explosive game 1, we're popping off here in game 2, going for a proxy gateway. Oh boy. And what's crazy about this gateway is it's so brazen. Like, we're not hiding it at the third base. We're not hiding it even further back here in the third either. It is right next to the main scouting path. It's right here. It's just in the face of his opponent. Proxy 2 gate. Now, the goal here should be to go for initially Zealots. I believe there's going to be a Cybercore back at home as gases are being taken, but Zealot opener into Stalker. The goal here would be to just overwhelm the initial opener. He's hoping that Bunny's going for an economic start, and he is correct. Bunny, he opens up single gas. What does this mean? This means a faster command center, most likely on the low ground. So economic opener out of Bunny means he's going to have that much less to defend. Yep, here comes the second SCV. As Trigger, he's threatening a pylon block. And Bunny, his CC is going to be delayed by a couple of seconds. We're at 450 minerals. Yeah, 460 towards the end. So it does delay by a couple of seconds. Here come those Zealots, and the goal is to force a cancel. That's all we're hoping for. Force a cancel, and maybe even get more damage from there. As Zealots are amassing. Again, Cybercore's on the way for those Stalkers. And this is looking a little bit rough here for Bunny. Reaper first into the reactor. Zelter revealed. There's a mass cancellation. Yes, a wall up. Yes, a wall up. Oh, no. Can he wall in time? Can he wall if he can? Yeah, just barely. SCV goes down, but already a strong start here for Trigger. Takes down the second SCV. Oh, going for the depot. Depot is under fire. First Zelda is going to go down. Takes down another SCV. And another, oh my god. Yeah, this is getting out of hand. Takes down even another five SCVs do fall. From here, Trigger expands. Trigger, remember, this is not an all-in. It's not an all-in. He is aggressive, don't get me wrong. He is containing his opponent. Bunker is now done. But the depot falls. And Trigger, he busts in. Yeah, brutal supply block. The boys are being pulled. A rough position here for Bunny. Does take down the Zealots. Oh, this is getting out of hand. Does fully heal. Does break out a supply block, but GG gets called. Too much damage, and Trigger, he will take the series 2-0, and Trigger will advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. I stopped myself there. I was like, is he already in the round of 8? He is. Crazy, Bobby, crazy. GG. GG, well played. Just a big gamble there from Trigger. He was hoping that Bunny would open economically. He did, and with that, Trigger snowballed out of control. Unfortunately, Bunny lost too much. He lost 5 SCVs in the defense. The depot was killed as well, and without that depot, he lost even more workers, and that was game-ending damage. Was game-ending. GG, well played. Bunny is knocked out of the tournament, and Trigger will advance on to face up against his next opponent. He already has his next opponent waiting for him. It's going to be a PvP between Trigger and herO. Let's go. Let's catch up in the bracket. Let us catch up in the bracket here. Figure out where we are and where we are headed. Here we go. So let's scroll down to the bottom. Let's catch up on all these matches. A lot is going on. There's a lot of updates, a lot of progression. Let's catch up with the round of 16. Okay, from the bottom, we have Trigger. Trigger, he does advance on. As I mentioned before, herO takes down Nickrak 2-0, and now we have Trigger versus herO in the lower quarterfinals. They have been blazing their way through the tournament, and now they face off here and now in a PvP quarterfinals match. Let's go. Do you need a moment? Do need a moment to set up. Likewise, we do have a Classic versus ByuN still ongoing, still mid-series, bit of a longer match between the two of them. Meanwhile, MaxPax takes down Rennie Hour 2-0. MaxPax up against Ryung in the round of 16. Currently facing off as well in another TVP. Meanwhile, scrolling to the upper half of the bracket, we have some more updates here. We have a lot going on. Clem still up against Percival, still mid-series. Most likely Clem is playing Protoss, so we should be seeing a PvT between Clem and Percival. If Clem does claim that series, going to be in a PvT against Cure. Meanwhile, SKillous, ooh, he does fall in the round of 16. Cure, sorry, in the round of 16. as Cure does get his revenge. For those that remember, SKillous did defeat Cure in OSC Season 12 Championship in a best of 5. SKillous did win that series, but here Cure, he does get his revenge, does take the 2-0, does advance on into the quarterfinals. Likewise, SHIN versus ByuN, still mid-series. I believe that is being covered by Wardy, and we have Solar. Solar takes down Cristiano 2-0. Solar waiting for the winner of SHIN and ByuN. Here we go. Again, we have a Zerg player confirmed for the quarterfinals, and most likely a Zerg almost confirmed for the semis, is what I will say. As, again, SHIN and Solar and ByuN, they're all kind of in the same location. A bit of a higher chance for a Zerg to make it to the semis. Could even go further from there. We'll see. We shall see. I guess that's the benefit of having both Zerg players meeting against each other, is that they're going to knock each other out, but it does confirm at least one in the next round. There we go. So we are just making this look a little bit cleaner. Getting into our round of 8. Getting into our round of 8 here. And vetoes are underway. Beautiful. Vetoes are underway. And we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to be going on a short break here, and when we return, we will have our next matchup. We'll have our PvP. Again, the goal is to focus on the lower half of the bracket, so we're going to be following herO into Trigger, and most likely we're going to be catching some of these lower bracket matches as well. As a reminder, both semifinals are going to be casted, so we will eventually meet up with Wardy and cover the same matches towards the end of the broadcast, but until then, we're trying to spread out and trying to catch some extra matches. Is the goal, that is the plan. As it looks like, forget about the break, it looks like we have our players. We have our 2 players. We are jumping into Amygdala for game 1. Oh boy. And this is going to be a rematch. Again, Trigger and herO, they have traded. They have gone back and forth many times over the past couple of months. I do still favor herO coming into this, but we have seen Trigger bring him down. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the South Green Brodos player, the Red Brodos. Currently teamless, but poised and favored to make a deep run in this tournament. We'll see if he can keep this going. It is a herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. Again, Trigger has been looking like an animal in the PvP matchup, and he has brought down herO in the past, MaxPax as well in recent time. Both herO and MaxPax, I want to say they both fallen to Trigger in the last 2 months. Basically January, February, December, even herO StarCraft in recent future, in recent times. And we'll see what Trigger brings to the table this time. But now we do have our openers of choice. Gases are being taken. herO, he has been one to mix it up and go for a Gate Cyber Expand. So we'll keep an eye on herO. As we get into this, a big shout out to Jay Paralyzed in the chat. Thank you so much, Jay. Thank you so much for subscribing with Twitch Prime. Hope you enjoyed the content. Hope you appreciate the StarCraft. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. As it is going to be a Gate into Cybercore into Expansion, we do have a more economic opener out of herO. Meanwhile, Trigger, he goes for a 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of Trigger. Trigger, he will have the option to go for a 1-base all-in, as he's going for a more aggressive opener. herO being more greedy, being more economic. But thank you, Jay. Thank you. Do appreciate it. There's a Nexus. A Trigger, I believe he did scouts. Yep, he is aware of the Nexus. The scout is aware. So Nexus into Stargate. And Trigger will see how he tries to punish the greed of his opponent. Moving out with a second probe. Oh, interesting. You have my attention. 2 probes on the map. There it is. Proxy Pylon. We're going for the 1-base all-in. Trigger, he's going for the all-in. Oh no! As he does barely the rough move command there from Trigger. Alas, the probe does get a free scout of the main, and what do we see? We see nothing, and that says everything. There's no tech, there's no Twilight Council, no Robo, no Stargate, no expansion, no nothing. Something is wrong. It has to be somewhere. It's across the map. It is across the map. So here he sees everything he needs to. It is going to be a 1 base 4 gate all in. No blink, no nothing. Just straight up vanilla stalkers. And herO is throwing down shield batteries. Shield batteries are being thrown down. herO, he's getting ready. I'm a little bit concerned by the Oracle. A Void Ray would be a little bit safer here out of herO, as he does scout the proxy. Is aware. Going for the pylon. Second pylon on the way. herO, he shuffles around those stalkers, aware of the location of Trigger. Doesn't want to get caught out. Forcing Trigger back. Oracle's on the way. There's the Void Ray. So Oracle into Void Ray. Out of herO. And here we go. Trigger can warp in 4 stalkers at a time. 4 stalkers coming in. Shield batteries under fire. herO, he does hit the main. Going for the stasis. Stasis up. Oh my god, does pop up. Does pop up. Takes down the entire mineral line. Aye. 0 economy, 0 mineral income here for Trigger. Does get completely caught out. The Oracle survives. But he's all in. He's pushing forward. Takes down a shield battery. Points are being pulled. Can he claim that the Void Ray? He can. Void Ray does fall. But Trigger, he has limited warp-ins. Warp-ins are limited. Another stasis. Up. Oh my, this time doesn't go up. Whew. This time does not connect. Trigger keeping focused on the assault. Shield battery out of energy. Border is almost done. Second border is coming in. Trigger trying to push forward. He has force fields. And looks down one of the stalkers. Does get one. Takes down one stalker. Shaves off a lot of shields. But the shield battery putting in a lot of work. Takes down the sentry. Trigger, he needs to break this here and now. Reinforcements are coming in. As he will bleed out all those sentries. Sluts us forward. One more volley. Third shield battery does finish. Yeah, there's too many shield batteries. Too many shield batteries. There's 4 done now on the low ground. And with that, herO, he holds. Yeah, herO, he holds. He shuts down the stalkers. The Void Ray will not fall. And Trigger is running out of steam. He's being chased all the way back. Being forced back home. But he's still all in. Going for another warp in. herO, where's the Void Ray? As herO, he isn't making another Void Ray, which is a little bit concerning. There we go. Second Void Ray on the way. A little bit delayed. We have 9 to 7. Up to 10. 10 stalkers to Trigger, getting an 11. Sorry, 10 stalkers and 1 zealot. Whatever Trigger can afford. And the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Trigger. Does take down the stalker, not bad. Let's get one. Trying to shuffle back those weakened stalkers. Trying to. A second Void Ray has arrived. You can see how carefully they're both controlling. They're both so they don't want to engage. Not yet. Both poking in. A lot of panic earlier. Not gonna lie. Oh. See like the Twitch micro out of both players. herO looking for a way in. Oh. Pushing into a concave. Again, ideally Trigger wants to fight out of range of the shield batteries. That's what he wants. Force another wave. Boys are being pulled. herO, he brings the fight to Trigger. Does pull up, boys. Does break out. Pushing into a concave. First Void Ray does fall. But the other gets so much damage done on the back line. And herO, he is breaking out. didn't have to do this is going to be a little bit, it's going to be a little bit risky, but regardless, GG gets caught. herO, he breaks out, he breaks through, and herO takes game number 1. Whew, GG. herO does take a lead, and herO is now 1 game away from advancing on to the semi-finals. One more game is all he needs. We'll see if Trigger can keep up. We'll see if he can force that ace match. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. Again, a big moment for herO, of course, was the stasis, right? The stasis trap in the main base literally caught every single mineral mining worker of Trigger. It was brutal. That did slow down reinforcements, did slow down warp-ins, and it did allow herO to have a much more comfortable defense early on. With that, herO, he was able to hold on, able to survive, build up his shield batteries, build up his void rays, and snowball out of control from there. GG. GG well played. herO does claim the first game, but now we're loading into game 2. We're going to be loading into ley lines. The most famous of Protoss folk dances. True. It's very traditional. Very traditional. So we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The red Protoss leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. Down in the series, the pressure is on. It is Trigger. If you recall, it wasn't just the Oracle harassed across the map, but if you remember, herO, he also got a full scout. He was able to slip into the main base, he was able to slip past the Stalkers and get a full scout in the main, just recognizing how much danger he was in, allowing herO to respond with shield batteries, with more warp-ins, with just a greater defensive setup. Also was a major part as well in that last game. We'll see if we can get to that game 3. Personally, I hope we can. I hope we can get into the ace match. The pressure is on. herO this time going for a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of herO. Likewise, Trigger doing the same. It was last game that herO went for a more economic build, which is what did force Trigger into an all-in. This time, we're playing standard. 2-gate versus 2-gate. And both players do scouts. We're looking for the second pylon. There it is. Second pylon for Trigger. So there is no proxy. Not this time. Trigger likewise getting across the map, but we'll soon also confirm the placement of the second pylon as well. We are good to go. So far, so good. And we have our take of choice. So before the expansion, herO, he's going to be opening up Stargate. Interesting. So Stargate opener out of herO. Trigger back at home. Looks like going for a faster Nexus. Okay, so Trigger is going for the more economic start. herO is going for the more aggressive start. Now the Stargate should just be for an Oracle to get some economic damage done across the map. herO is going to be more active. Trigger more defensive. So a bit of a role reversal here. A little bit. Trigger does get that second sentry. Ideally looking to lock down the army. And so far it does defend. herO is going for that later expansion. We have our take of choice going into Blink. Twilight Council's on the way. Getting into Blink Stalkers. Working towards Blink. So there's going to be a bit of a window. There's going to be a bit of a timing where Trigger has Blink and herO doesn't, but it's going to be a bit of a smaller window. It'll be there nonetheless. Hallucination coming in for a scout, and Trigger, he will confirm the Stargate. There we go. He does confirm, is now aware. Trigger, he gets in position just in time. And he will lose one probe, but that's a lot of hold damage here on the Oracle. Whew. Doesn't go down, but takes a lot of losses. So it takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. herO backs off, and Trigger defends. Trigger, so far, he does defend in a better position. Blink is now on the way. As Trigger is keeping up with that Oracle. Attempts to intercept. Not quite able to. Up! Stalkers are in the main. herO backs up. Does back off from here. Gets on the Revelation. Now here, he is going for an extra gateway, which is interesting, going up to 3 gates. And Trigger goes for a faster third. Okay. So Trigger is being quite greedy here in the follow-up. He rushes into third base. This means that Trigger, his army is going to be smaller, and herO, he's already pushing. He's already moving out. Does have extra stalkers. Trigger, his own are back in the main. herO trying to catch out any stray units. Does rotate. And we'll go for the pylon. Barely will not get it. Trades 1-to-1. Better trade here for herO. Takes down a second stalker. herO backs off. Trigger holds. Trigger does hold. herO getting a later third. Oracle is deflected. And so far, Trigger, he's defending well. He's defending well. The Oracle has only gotten 1 worker kill so far. And these stalkers, they got an extra stalker kill. That's true. herO did kill an extra stalker, but that's it. That's all so far. And now Trigger, he's enjoying a faster third, better saturation, +1 is already on the way into a robo. herO playing catch up with his third base and with his forge. Trigger doesn't get caught out, doesn't get baited. Has to be careful though. One wrong move and herO, he can overwhelm this army. I'm referring to the stasis traps. Oh. Up! Speaking of, he doesn't see stasis goes off, does catch 3. And there's another. And a massive connection, another 3, 6 in total. herO, he can push in, he can break this. He knows he has the advantage. Does move forward. Diving on the main army, Stalker's gonna be going down. And herO, he's overwhelming. Trigger, he got caught with his pants down. The stasis was brutal. Stasis is about to run out though. It's about to run out. Is enough to hold on. Trigger, he's okay. We're okay, Pappy, we're okay. Oracle gets 3 more probe kills. Trigger does hold. And more or less an even trade between the players. More or less. herO pulls away, getting a faster 4th. Both players coming into a gateway composition. We have charge +1 on the way for both herO and Trigger. And we'll see if either player tries to skip any tech. What I'm referring to, typically in PvP, as we get into the mid-game, we should be working to charge, into Immortals, into Archon production as well. There are some players that are willing to cut corners to kind of avoid Archon production and go straight into Disruptors. But I don't think either Trigger or herO are willing to do that. So we should just be headed towards a similar direction. There it is, Temple Archives for herO, working towards his Archons. Trigger has yet to throw down his own, which is concerning. Like the Archon move out, or the Archon timing is a big kind of power move here, or a power spike for Protosses in PvP, especially against Zealot compositions. So I am concerned. herO is pushing. Trigger is very Zealot heavy. The armies, they pass by each other. herO, he's going for the 4th. And Trigger, he responds. He turns back around. Let's turn around. Do we get a recall? herO takes on the prism. Stasis goes off. Very nice stasis. Oh my god, once again. Yeah, Trigger, he takes stasis to the face. Both of them, both times. herO, he trades well. Takes off the zealots. And I was ready, he would have to recall, but no, not even. Not with these stasis traps. Takes out one, takes out both immortals. And Trigger is being torn apart. He's being torn apart left and right. Again, he had a comparable army. And still has an army supply lead, by the way, with all those zealots. Is moving out. Back at home, do we have any Archons? Not yet. herO getting cornered. Has to get out of here. Oh. Does go for the recall. Does recall in time. Temple Archives is done. Where are those Archons for now? Just warping in more zealots. Trigger moves out. As a reminder, he's rebuilding his 4th. herO has the better economy, getting into +2, and Trigger is taking up into his own Archons as well. Here they come. 3 Archons morphing in, getting ready. Trigger does rotate. herO, he spots the rotation. Out of position. Uh-oh. herO coming in from behind. Trigger, he will have the high ground. And turns back around, collapses on herO. herO coming for the surround though. It comes in from both angles. Archons, they get a lot of shots off. Zal's taking a lot of splash damage. They take a lot of hits. They take a lot of damage. Prism goes down, and herO, he should clean this up. Yeah, the immortals, they come in to reinforce as well. Archons do fall. And herO holds. Not without losing 11 probes though. Yeah, workers did go down. herO catches another immortal. Aye, aye, aye. Miss rally there from Trigger. Cleans out most of the army. herO, he has a supply lead. He's pushing forward. And Trigger, he lost all the immortals and the Archons in that fight. Down to just Zealot Stalker. herO, he has a little more to work with. Has a higher tech army. At least for now. Moving forward. Takes down a pylon. More reinforcements have arrived. Shields are triggered. No War Prism. But is going for the base. He's committing. And Trigger coming for the surround. Does he have enough? He does try to catch out herO. herO, he guides back. Yeah, he doesn't get surrounded. Breaks through those zealots. The immortals are pinned back though. It's still getting close. Yeah, it's getting close with these reinforcements here. He should have enough. And zealots arrive just in time. Oh, not quite enough to break through though. There's that War Prism. And the Prism has arrived. Here come the reinforcements on the front lines. And here he's done it. He's done it. He has broken the backbone here of Trigger. It is overwhelming. Trigger microing his heart out. Saving the immortals, but only for so long. GG gets called, and herO, he will overwhelm. He will take the series 2-0, advancing on, and the first to advance on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. herO, he does overwhelm, does take the series. Again, herO, despite at some points being down in supply, he was able to out control. He was able to catch Trigger out multiple times, specifically with stasis traps, to be able to get some better engagements, better fights, able to take the momentum away from Trigger. I was really concerned for herO when Trigger, he had like a 20 or 30 supply lead. He was going mass zealots. It was when Trigger took his 4th base and when he was trying to push out, and then he took like 2 massive stasis traps to the face, and somehow, some way, herO, he was able to snipe at both immortals, clean up the army, and just take away any momentum that Trigger had. Outside of that, it was a back and forth, and there was definitely good moments for Trigger as well, but alas, did lose everything. Did get caught out, and GG. GG, well played. herO, he will take it. And with that, we have to figure out where we are and where we are headed. Oh boy. Where are we dropping? As, is SHIN versus... Is SHIN versus ByuN still ongoing? Jesus. What's going on? Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys don't have a look back yourselves. On the one hand, we have a player like herO who's already in the semis, but on the other hand, we have some slower matches here that are still underway. We have MaxPax versus Ryung. MaxPax versus Ryung is still ongoing, still mid-series. Winner goes up against Classic, winner goes up against herO. Meanwhile, SHIN versus ByuN also still mid-series. I'm quickly checking, but SHIN, he's 12 minutes into his game. I believe they're in the ace match, but I'm a little bit in shock that they are still going on. Winner goes up against Solar, winner of that goes into the semis. Clem, he's mid-series against Cure. But there's a lot of matches here that are still ongoing. So we have to make a choice. First things first, where is Wardy? So Wardy, he is the other, of course, English caster for the event. And Wardy, he is in Clem versus Cure. Okay. So he's in Clem versus Cure. So we know what to avoid. Meanwhile, MaxPax and Ryung, they just got out of game. I believe. So that might be our next series here. Let's have a look. MaxPax. And Ryung. I would like to cast some Zerg at some point. I mean, we should have a Zerg confirmed for the semis. Say that tentatively. So we are waiting for updates. Waiting. I think there was someone covering that series. Otherwise, I would love to jump into SHIN's match as well. I mean, there's a lot, but in general here, I think it'd be wise to latch onto either SHIN versus ByuN or MaxPax versus Ryung. We're going to be jumping into one of the two, whichever becomes available first, to be honest. Whichever is available first. Let's see, where's Rex? Rex is going to be covering SHIN, right? Yeah, ByuN, he's up one. They're in they're in game 2. Rex and ByuN and SHIN, they're only in game 2, mate. Oh my god, that's crazy. I thought they would have at least been in the ace match. Oh, we gotta get on it, especially if there is an ace match. Ah, tempting. Problem is, it doesn't look like their game is gonna end anytime soon. Like ByuN and SHIN, like they're maxed out, 200 supply. 17 minutes into their game. Facing off. We'll see. We shall see. For now, we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will have our next series. Either we're going to jump into Ryung versus MaxPax, or we'll be jumping into... Oh, actually, we just got an update. There we go. We just got an update. MaxPax did take down Ryung 2-0, so it's going to be MaxPax versus Classic into herO. So the PvPs will be continuing there. Yo, meanwhile, big shout out to Woodseeker in the chat. Gab, thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Welcome one and all to the WardiTV Monday number 25. We are currently halfway through the broadcast here in a sense. We've covered a lot of matches already, but we are currently waiting for a series to open up. We could jump into MaxPax versus Classic, into herO. We could jump into those PvPs. But I do want to get onto SHIN versus ByuN. They're currently in game 2. And I'm hoping to catch their ace match, if there is one. There is an ace match. For now, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. We're going to go on a short break here, and when we return, we will have some more StarCraft. We'll have the next series. So thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much, and I will see you guys soon after the break. See you soon. And welcome back, Ron. Welcome back to the WardiTV Monday number 25. I apologize for the downtime. We were down for like 15-20 minutes like that. So I do apologize for the downtime, but there was an intense series going on between Baby Marine and between SHIN, and Baby Marine did take it in a very long late game, 35-minute game, took it to the late game and was able to overwhelm SHIN. SHIN is out of the tournament, and I did make the decision. I did decide to give up on, or I did decide to let the lobbies go for Clem versus Cure, for MaxPax and Classic as well, because I wanted to feature the last Zerg player while I could in the tournament. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Italian Terran player, the Red Terran representing Streamer Zone. It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the final Zerg player in the tournament here in the quarterfinals from land of South Korea, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as we have a standard hatch gas pool opener here by Solar, likewise standard opener out of Baby Marine as well. Now, I didn't get to see what happened in game 1 between Baby Marine and SHIN, but based on the length of game 1 and based on what we did see of game number 2, did look like it was a more so standard late game here between the two players, between SHIN and Baby Marine. It does not bode too well here for Solar, as we are loading into Amygdala. Is a large macro-oriented map as well. Now, Solar here is willing to be aggressive in the mid game, and we'll see if he can, or if he does try to approach and try to shut Baby Marine down in the mid game instead of ending up in a split match scenario. You know, with mech, with tank lines, with ghosts as well. For those are curious, that is what Baby Marine was incorporating. He had just tank lines, Thors, ghosts, liberators. He cut the map in half on ley lines against SHIN, and SHIN just had a really hard time keeping up with the efficiency of the mech army. So we'll see if Baby Marine does incorporate that as well here on Amygdala. Now, I will say that in a later game, it can be difficult to be hyper turtly. We bring this up all the time. On this map, the rocks, as they get knocked down, as the map opens up in a later game, it does become more difficult to fortify yourself. It becomes easier to rotate between the bases and be the aggressor on this map. So we'll see how our players approach this. We'll see how Baby Marine will deal with that issue if we do get into that later game. Here we go. Baby Marine does poke in. As he pokes in, a big shout to King TQD. Oh my god. Baby God. Thank you so much, Kink in the chat, for the gifted sub of the community. Oh my god. Thank you so much to new Gendad24. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Hope you enjoy the content. Hope you enjoy the StarCraft. Hope you enjoy the casting. Hope you enjoy as we are jumping in. And so far, nothing too crazy. It's going to be 3cc into Starport, 3cc Banshee built here by our Terran players. So nothing wild, nothing crazy, nothing out of the norm. Meanwhile, Solar on the other side is just going hatch gas pool into a third base. So standard game state here from our Zerg player. Standard setup. So good. From here, our players are just going to be saturating. We do see Baby Marine going to be poking in towards the expansion. Does poke. Okay, no major commitments. There's Banshees that we did mention. So just a standard opener, 3cc into Cloak Banshee. This is ideal against Roach play. It's ideal just to gain map control and just to gain some momentum early on. Here on Amygdala, it is a little bit more difficult for the Hellions to really gain too much value by denying creep. Again, the amount of attack paths are very limited on this map, so you can see that the Hellions are being zoned away, and so far the creep is going relatively uncontested. It's spreading quite freely between the bases. Creep is spreading. It's on Baby Marine to attempt to slow this down. When it comes to game 1 versus SHIN and Baby Marine, I don't know what map they played on either. Maybe afterwards I'll message Rex about that. I know that Rex was covering the series. As Solar pokes in, and Solar confirms. He confirms the CC, he confirms the researching tech lab, as well as the Banshee, so he knows. Solar, he's fully aware of the Cloak Banshee. Back at home, spores are being thrown down. Queens are amassing. Hellions, they don't find any active tumors. And Solar so far is looking solid. So far. As Baby Marine now takes his third. Now, here on Amygdala, it is not uncommon to see Terran players go for 8 Raxes and go for 3 base all-ins, especially if they take the forward 4th base and they just expand towards the Zerg and they just rally across the map. So that is going to be an option available here to Baby Marine. So we'll see basically if he takes his gases. I'm looking for gases at the 3rd base. I'm looking for a 2nd factory. I'm looking for a sign of a longer game state. Meanwhile, Solar, playing it safe, does go for a lair first. Lair into Baneling Nest into delayed upgrades. So delayed Eva Chambers here by Solar does mean that he's playing safer more than anything. It means that if there was like a Hellbat push, Banelings would be somewhat ready. Likewise, it also means that Baneling speed is going to be prioritized a little bit more as well. So it's really safe play here by Solar. Banshees ahead the Northern Expansion. Queens are somewhat in position, just waiting for the detection. Waiting for the Overseer. Overseer is on the way. But despite that, looks like the base is going to go down. Oh, brutal pickoff. That is cancel. Cancel on the 4th. Can we force another no-shot? Oh my god, we force a 2nd cancel. Ay, ay, ay. And now Solar, he's vulnerable. We have 2 more Raxes on the way. I believe that's a 5 Rax setup for the time being. But recognizing that the 4th base is late, what does this mean? This means late production, late economy. In general, Solar, he is taking a big blow already. And Baby Marine, he has the option to try to respond, but okay, there we go. I was looking for a sign. Gas. Gas is on the way. So Baby Marine, it looks like he is going to be taking up. Looks like he most likely is leaning away from a 3 base all-in and leaning towards a longer game. Regardless, is still moving out, going for a 7-minute push. Really crisp timing here by Baby Marine. Again, by the time 7 minutes hits, the army is going to be here on that 4th. Baneling speed is still not done. Uh-oh. Baby Marine, he wants the Queens. Does him forward. Slow Banes to defend. Baneling speed still a couple of seconds away. Every second does count. And 10 more seconds. And it should finish. Okay, it does finish. Baby Marine, he won't be able to break through. There's that 2nd factory into a 4th CC. Still pushing forward there. But alas, he shouldn't have enough. He sees, he does notice Baneling speed. Baby Marine being tentative. Pulls away. Does pull away. Creep is receding. There's that 2-2 upgrade, and there is that 2nd factory and 4th command center. Again, when we saw the gas geyser, it was to tell that Baby Marine, he wasn't going for an all-in. He was going to take a 4th, getting into a longer game state. Banshees is 9 mining here at the gold. Ooh, and good positioning here from our Terran. Going for the gold base. Going for the Queens. Tank goes up. Gets 1 Queen. Takes down 1. So far, Baby Marine just trying to pull Solar apart. Denying more mining time. Getting another Queen kill. Oh my god. That's like a very low. And thankfully, Baby Marine, he does pull away in time. Does pull away, does save the tank. He's going to be cleaned up here, but he will escape at least with some of his army. Some of his bio. Oh. Does boost away. You know, the gold base is going to fall. So nice pick up here from the Terran. I say that Solar coming in for the surround. Can he save the expansion? With help of the transfuse, looks like he barely will save the base. Forced to pick up. Tank goes down. And Solar saves the hatchery. Not bad. The gold base is still up. It's about to get up and running. Baby Marine still being active. Is deflected. Is forced back. And so far, Solar, he holds. He's holding on. He's about to max out. Baby Marine now going to be pushing out with his bio, with his tanks. With that 2nd wave. That gold base is very low. It should fall. We'll see what direction our Terran goes in. Denies all the creep. He can at least force a cancel at the 5th. Or 6th. Setting up for it. Up! Mind shot's not going up. There's a cancel. And the Queens are exposed. He wants them, and he's going to go barely not. Barely doesn't get 1. Queens survive. Nice target practice here out of Baby Marine. Gets 4 drones. Pulls away. Does pull away in time. Does pull out. Solo trying to keep up, trying to spread. ByuN, he's spread thin a little bit, but thankfully, there we go. He does reposition his tanks. Tanks are repositioning. Solo trying to expand, trying to spread that creep. Both players are maxed. But the economy is going to be shut down. Solo losing every single drone. Yeah, 10 drones falling. Brutal losses here for Solar. Here comes that second push, and Solar, he's being pulled apart. He's just being pulled apart at this point. Vipers are on low, but they're not ready. Solar, he will clean this up though. He has more than enough. Shuts down the tanks. Will shut down the northern force. Forward at the gold. What about the gold expansion? Tanks are a little bit too far back. They're not within range. Yeah, they're very far back. Bailey's going for a massive counterattack. The planetary is going to fall. Knocks down the expansion. Tanks are still out of range of the hatchery. But it is barely going to fall. There we go. Barely goes down. And Solo is stuck on 4 bases. He's still stuck on a 4-base setup. Likewise, ByuN being denied the 4th as well. 4th base is denied. Catching reinforcements. Nice big ups here from Solar. Catching up Marines, Marauders, maybe even a tank. Overextending a little bit though. Never mind. Keeps on pushing. Solar thinking about reinforcing. Likewise, ByuN, he rotates. Solar's out of position. The base is going to go down. He has to evacuate. Has to get the hell out of here. And ByuN, he sees an opening. Dusts him in. Takes down the mineral line. Going for the queens. 0 Bailings to defend. And Solar, he commits. We're going for the base trade. He will break the expansion. Yeah, the natural's compromised. Tank's going to be going down at the same time. Oh, the Bailings! Oh my god. No reaction. No splits. No splits. Does blind cut in time. Bailings rolling in. Up. Oh my god. Whew. Yeah, ByuN is going to be cleaned up, and at the same time, Hydras are in the bases. They're in between the natural and the 3rd. ByuN, he loses far too much. Attention was elsewhere. If it wasn't for those Bailey connections, ByuN, he could have broken this natural. Could have broken it, but alas, Solar, he was able to distract, able to counterattack, getting to the mineral lines, and ByuN, he's running out of steam. He's running out of steam. Down to 40 SEVs. He will hold. But he has to end the game with this push, and he isn't. Yeah, Lunkers have arrived. Oh my god. Mine shot is crazy. Mine shot is brutal. ByuN trying to reposition, but the longer this goes on, the better it is for Solar. As he's getting into 3-3, and he's rebuilding his army. He has no economy as well. He has top left. Taking bottom right. And as ByuN postures, I mean, Solar, he's remaxing. Now with lurkers. And ByuN, he has no ghosts. He has no ghosts, he has no liberators. I mean, he can't afford it. He's just now getting a 4th. But he is broke. ByuN, he does pull away. Does kite back. He scans, he sees the wall of lurkers, he knows he cannot break that. That's not going to happen. And this game was very intense, very clutch, very close. Up until Solar broke into the bases. Up until he broke in between the natural and the 3rd. Up until ByuN took the Bailings to the face. And with that, Solar, he's maxed. He's maxed out, going for the Nidus. Keeping up with the main army. And I believe in this Nidus are all the lurkers. Yeah, lurkers are coming. Oof. Again, Solar is trading decently well here against the ByuN. Bailey's rolling in, blinding clouds on the tanks. Solar, he has to play carefully though. He has to pull away, respecting the ByuN army, and GG gets called. ByuN, he has nothing in him to defend, and Solar will take game number 1. GG. Solar, he will take a lead in the series, and we'll see if he can go the distance here. We can keep up that momentum and go all the way. We'll see. So we're getting into game 2. And Solar is 1 game away from advancing on to the semifinals. Meanwhile, ByuN has to fight back here now to force the ace match. Yeah. Got all the casters. But yeah, okay, just why they back? Just catching up. Shame, papi, shame. Good to see you. If I ever see papi cast live, I'm gonna hold up a sign. Will you marry me? You're an animal, Pecoeta. You're an animal. Calm down. Hello, Chaji. Hello. Get that. What's the difference between Shema and Shemka? There is no difference. There you go. There you go. It's all the same. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the Italian Terran player, the red Terran representing Streamer Zone. Ooh, was able to already bring down SHIN in this tournament. Can he do the same to Solar? Can he force the ace match? It is Baby Marine. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We go. And again, we're nearing the tail end of the event here. We're wrapping up our final quarterfinals matches before the semifinals. And we'll see if Solar can make it to those semis. See if he can make it that far. So far, standard openers. What I will say is that, again, when it comes to the map layout of Amygdala, it can be very awkward to kind of rotate back and forth from one end of the map to the other, and we saw ByuN just having a really hard time trying to reinforce and trying to keep up with some of the aggression of Solar. Here on ley lines, I do favor ByuN. I do think it is easier to defend, to fortify yourself at your 3rd base, at your 4th base, at your 5th base as well. There's a lot of high ground, there's a little choke points, a little points of elevation, so I do favor ByuN trying to force a longer and later game state. We'll see if he can get there. This was actually game 2 between ByuN and SHIN, where ByuN was able to overwhelm SHIN in that late game. So that is where I favor our Terran player here, but we'll see if Solar can get into that game state in a better position. Like, again, Solar, he was having a really hard time keeping up with the aggression of ByuN for the most part of that last game, at least until the run by and the counterattack. Ooh, as ByuN, he does misplace the depot. Maybe a little bit nervous. Okay, calm down, papi, calm down. So from here, we're building up. And we have, again, I would imagine we're going to be getting to our 3CC into Banshee once again from ByuN. Was very successful in the last game, and not too much reason to deviate here. We'll keep an eye on our Terran. Likewise, Reaper gets across the map and dances with the Lings. Takes down 1, not bad. 1 Ling does fall. While a ByuN does back up. ByuN, he breaks in, Pulls out. Behind this, there's that third CC into Starport. We should soon be seeing a tech lab on the racks into an add-on swap into ByuN play. That's what we're expecting here out of ByuN. We'll see if he does go for, say, like a Viking opener instead, or a faster Liberator. There are other ways to open up. Now that picks in. Taking taps on Solar. Likewise, last game Solar, he did go for a safe opener, going lair first into Baneliness. I expect the same here. We'll see if he does cut corners, if he goes for faster upgrades, faster Evo chambers. There are ways to try to be more efficient. Meanwhile, there's the add-on swap into Cloak Banshee. So same build once again out of ByuN. Again, no reason to deviate. It's the standard for a reason. It's very safe, very secure. Allows you to scout, to maintain map control, and to get economic damage. Meanwhile, Solar moving forward. Trying to get a read on what's going on. Solar, he will confirm the third CC. And Solar, he will also confirm the add-ons as well. Yeah, the Starport, the Tech Lab, the Research does confirm the Cloak Banshee. Upon seeing this, we should be seeing some Spores. Spores will soon be on the way. Oh. As Solar's trying to keep up. Once again, a lair opener out of Solar. It's going lair first. Juma goes down. Spores are now on the way. And they should finish up just in time. Now, the main point of contention is going to be the fourth. If you recall, last game, ByuN, he was able to force a cancellation on the fourth base twice, which was huge. Can he do it again? Oh, going for the Queen. Queen taking a lot of hits. Clutch Transfuse. Ooh, we'll keep it alive. He does survive. Baneliness is on the way alongside all the Evo chambers. A little bit late is what I will say. A little bit late when it comes to our tech. It's all thrown down at once. And the Banshees, once again, they're going for the fourth. They're going for the fourth expansion, taking a lot of hits already. Queens are busy with the Hellions, which means the expansion may go down. It's getting very low. Overseer still on the way. Hellions poking in. It's going to be close. Oh, oh my god, yep, there's a cancellation. That is brutal. It's about to finish as well. So ByuN, he will force a cancel. Only one this time, but still a very, very strong start for the Terran. Now, just like last game, I would reiterate that now we have potential for the Terran to go for a 3-base all-in and try to break Solar before he can really get into the mid-game. But just like last game, we see gas. We see gas being taken. This is the first sign here of a factory, of a 4th CC, of a longer game. Oh. You know, Lings, they attempt this around. Nice kiting here with the Hellions. They're going to be forced back. Solar attempting to expand. Does go for the 5th. Factory's on the way. We should soon be seeing a 4th CC. And ByuN, unlike the previous game, he is not going to be hitting that 7-minute push. He is dropping, but he's keeping his tank back at home this time. Tanks are back home. ByuN, he pokes forward. But he's spotted. And he'll have to pick up. Oh! Does get surrounded. We'll lose 2 Marines. Marines go down. Banshee does spot the 5th. And we may just force another cancellation. Which means they try to respond. And looks like they will be able to in time. Up! Oh god. Barely not. That's a cancellation on the 5th. Once again, it was almost done. Ay, ay, ay. Just really nice pickups here from ByuN. and is gearing up for that eventual move out. There's that 4th command center. Getting into 2-2. Solar embracing Lingbane Hydra once again. Hive is on the horizon with that infestation pit. Solar is taking up. He's getting up to a soon-to-be 4-base saturation. Almost there. And once again, ByuN, he's keeping his tanks at home. He's moving out with only drops. Again, this tells us that ByuN, he's more concerned with expanding and more concerned with defending. Like, he's dropping, that is true, but he's not really committing to any of these pushes. He's not trying to kill Solar, he's just trying to slow him down. To get into the late game. As I mentioned at the start of the game, it is a little bit easier to embrace a longer game state and defend on 4 and 5 bases on this map. How about they get caught out? Nice pickup. ByuN does reposition. He's setting up. And we're going to be here for a while. The goal for ByuN is to cut the map in half. To cut the map in half. To get into a longer game. Again, he's keeping his tanks back. Only pushing forward with fire. Only denying creep. And trading. That's a lot of creep going down. Same time, Solo going for his opening run by. Might just going up. Ooh, brutal connection. Lings, they do get a tank at the same time. Bailey's they try to crash in. Decent trades here from Solar. Bailey's do connect. ByuN, he was distracted. Tank going down. Solar, he does take the fight. Does catch ByuN unawares. And now our Terran player's in trouble. Again, he was hoping to cut the map in half, but he's not there. Not anymore. And that was 40 Marines going down. Did miss some big Bailey connections here in the center. And Solar's maxed. Solar's maxed out. He's going for the kill. Line just going up. ByuN, he holds the line, but he's up against the wall. A lot of pressure here on the Terran. Getting another command center. Getting 3-3. Stems forward, trying to get some breathing room. Solar remaxed. ByuN, he needs more time. Oh, slipping forward, catching out of the Overlords. Nice catch. Overlord's going down. Not quite the mineral line. Oh, Stealth boost away. Stealth boost away. Catching one of the tanks. He gets one, he gets 2. Nice pickups. 2 tanks falling. 3rd tank as well. Just picking up ByuN apart. And he just cannot max out. His tanks are too far forward. Ghosts are on the way. Good positioning here from ByuN. And much better positioning. Solar, his hive is done. Getting into tech. Getting into lurker upgrades. Lurker range. Hydra lunge. Does force a cancel. Nice EMP. EMP on the Vipers. Solar overextending a little bit here. But the Bailings, they trade well enough. They trade with the Bio. Solar pulls away. And again, Solar, once the Lingbane runs out, he backs up. Does back the hell up. Rebuilding, remaxing, this time into Lurker. And ByuN, he just needs Solar to back up for even a moment. There's just so much creep. Clearing up at least some of it. Up. Decent mine connections. Decent winter mines. Solar going for another link run by. Going for the northern base. Pushing forward. And he's going for the planetary as well. Just now finishing up. But lurkers are within range. 14 SCVs going down. And just crippling the economy. And ByuN, he just can never max out. He's been trying to for the past 5 minutes. He's been trying to max, but it just hasn't been happening. Solo pushing forward, going for another planetary. Oh! Workers A-zone away. And now he's within range. GG gets called. He just pulls ByuN apart, and Solar, he will take the series at 2-0. He will eliminate ByuN and advance on to the semi-finals. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. They get a much more aggressive, much more assertive play here by Solar compared to SHIN. Solar, whenever he saw an opportunity, whenever he saw a moment, he would go for the strike, he would go for the kill. We saw that in game 1 when he did dip in between the bases. Likewise, we saw it in game number 2 as well, when he was able to catch out the main army in the center of the map as ByuN was distracted. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Solar. Does make it through, does advance on. And that means we have our first semifinals ready for us. It's going to be a PvP between MaxPax and herO. Let's go, a fresh best of 3. GG ByuN, he did really well. He did do very well. Did do very well for himself. He took down SHIN, he took down Jumi. Really strong play there by ByuN. And even in that game against Solar, if it wasn't for those run-bys, if it wasn't for those counterattacks, if it wasn't for ByuN being distracted at those key moments, he would have taken a lead. He would have gotten what he wanted. This is very close, very intense. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have our Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Storm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into our semi-finals. We weren't able to quite go over it, but basically both semi-finals are ready. And as a reminder, we will cast both semi-finals here during the broadcast. That is how we do it every single week here in the WardiTV Monday. We're going to be casting herO versus MaxPax first, followed by Clem versus Solar, then the grand final. So there are 3 series remaining, 3 series to go. But now we do see both players opening up with the low ground expansions. As a reminder, welcome to PvP, welcome to Ultra Love, and it is viable, I say viable, it is standard to open up with a more economic opener with a low ground expand. Gate into Nexus or gate into Cybercore into faster expansion. We'll keep an eye on both herO and MaxPax. Now, if both players play this out standard, if both players go for their Cybercores into Stargates before expansion, this is the beginning of Phoenix Wars. So we're almost there. Right now, gates into Cybercore. We should be waiting for our Gaster Cup to get into gear. Both players should be pylon blocking, and if both players are successful, then we will force out a Stargate, and we will force out Phoenixes. So this is the early stages here of how Phoenix Wars are kind of born, how they come into play. herO, he's going for the expansion, Zealot's in position, but do we get the pylon in time? Oh, probe gets turned away. There's a Stargate for MaxPax, and yep, there it is, Stargate for herO. So welcome. As we mentioned at the start of the game, welcome one and all to Phoenix Wars. This is standard on Ultra Love just because of the ramp. The ramp does kind of force this kind of game state. Both players open Stargate, both players scout each other, and that means both players, they will begin making Phoenixes and they will not stop. They will not and they should not stop. Now, when it comes to Phoenix Wars, there are certain power spikes. There are certain power spikes that are going to be available. The first one is the timing of the... Oh, herO does shoot first. Depth is coming in. But the first one is going to be the timing of the second Stargate, and likewise, we'll see if potentially these setups can force a little bit more chaos early on. As we do have our Phoenixes on the way. We're settling in. Here are the station traps. Watch out. There's no station traps in this game. No. Yeah, it's Phoenix Wars time. Phoenix Wars. As that does shade into the main. Gets one probe, denies mining time. Better start for MaxPax. Bearing in mind this is a mirror matchup. So every little edge, every little advantage it matters that much more. And there it is, second Stargate. So as you mentioned, the first big power spike is the second Stargate for herO. herO, he does prioritize his gas on the low ground, and with that herO, there's going to be a small window here where he will be up in Phoenixes compared to MaxPax. And the goal is to hit just in that timing and to break MaxPax then and there. MaxPax, he goes for his own second Stargate, but as you can see, there is a difference here in the timing. There is a window available. It's a small one, but it's there. So we'll see if herO can hit that timing. And we'll see if he can kill MaxPax before we get into a longer game. It's going to be close. It's going to be close. As Phoenixes are stacking. Again, making two at a time from the side of herO. Oh, as here he gets supply blocked. That's not ideal. We can't afford to get supply blocked in Phoenix Wars. Not like this. That is going to slow herO down. That is going to make up for the later second Stargate from MaxPax. It's pushing forward. Now, the reason why you want to stay stacked here is that if you don't stay stacked, then your Phoenixes, some of them won't be within range. Oh my god. As you can see here, they naturally spread out like this. So if you engage with the opposing army, then half your Phoenixes won't fight. So you do have to stack. Be so careful. You have to be careful. MaxPax, he has taken a Phoenix lead. He shouldn't have, but because it didn't get supply blocked, did allow for that to happen. So MaxPax is ahead, and herO, he has missed that window. Now here comes the next power spike. The first one is second Stargate, second one Fleet Beacon. Now this should be for Phoenix range, and Phoenix range, that allows the player with range, of course, to be the first to fire. He will shoot first. So MaxPax, once that kicks in, he will be the first to send out a volley, which means he will already begin with a lead in the fight. So that's going to be another big moment here for MaxPax. herO, he goes for a slightly faster third, only slightly. Here comes the Fleet Beacon for herO. But again, similarly to previously, where herO kind of had a window where he had, or he could have had a higher Phoenix count, here MaxPax has a window where he has range and his opponent does not. There it is. Annual Pulse Crystals is on the way. Getting into Phoenix range. And MaxPax, he will have better kiting potential and that first volley, which can win him the fight, 100%. If this upgrade timing comes and goes, then the next power spike is going to be the Mothership, where we get into a Mothership, and then we have a Cloak timing. Well, we'll see if we can get there. As range is almost done, and range just now begins for herO. Right now, we're even on the Phoenix count. MaxPax, he's stacked. Range is done. Oh, range is done. Chasing down herO. He gets the first shot. Yeah, you can see here the first volley is free damage. And that's, I think that's just game. I'll be honest, that might just be game. Just get some free shots off. And now he can engage. He will engage with this MaxPax. Oh, it's going to be overwhelmed. Defender's advantage. Does help out. Still very close. Whew. Again, here he pulled all the way back and he had faster reinforcing Phoenixes. So that was a slightly better engage there for herO. Very close, very intense. But was able to make use of those reinforcements. Here he does hold. Whew. And MaxPax, he backs off. He backs off. Both players now going for more Stargates. And we are waiting for that Mothership. We're waiting for the Mothership. And then, again, that's going to be the next big move here for either player. MaxPax getting the fourth base. herO getting his own. Gases are being taken. But now after those losses, you can see both players have to just focus on Phoenix production. Getting back up. They both have 13 and 12, respectively. herO with the gas. I love it. herO goes for the gas steal. Now, if you didn't notice, right now there are pylons all over the map. And the reason for this is because Phoenixes don't shoot down. So dealing with buildings this early on is really frustrating and really difficult. You have the one Zealot here for MaxPax. You don't want to warp into depths. You don't want to waste gas on units that aren't Phoenixes. So you can only warp in Zealots. Meanwhile, there's a Mothership for MaxPax. herO, he pokes in. He will get the Zealots. Nice pickup. Takes down the Zealot, which means these gases are still up and running. Oh! herO dives in. Gets one volley up. Gets one, gets two. Yeah, better engage for herO. Oh, but there are reinforcements coming out. herO, he has to back up. Has to pull away. Let's bully for a moment. Better stacking for herO. Better stacking. Better picks up. Better pickups. herO, he does out trade MaxPax. Mothership's on the way. herO catching a couple of workers. Again, he has just had better control getting another Phoenix. But the Mothership is about to pop, and herO, he has to respect it. Again, that Cloak timing is going to be brutal. And here comes the Mothership. Here comes Cloak. There it is. Cloak is activated. 1, 2, 2 Phoenixes. 3 Phoenixes go down for free. Very strong Cloak. herO, he has to back up. He has to get his own Mothership or his own Oracle. Cloak still coming into play. Another 2 Phoenixes go down for free. herO bleeding out too much here. Rough losses. He was out trading his opponent up until that Cloak timing. And again, you can just see how powerful Cloak is. Just because there is 0 detection, so you just get free damage. Free pickups for MaxPax. He killed 5 Phoenixes for nothing. And now the Phoenix count is even. I mean, again, that shows how far ahead herO was. He was up 5 Phoenixes, not anymore. Some decent pickups. Remember, Cloak is on cooldown. Cloak's on cooldown, but here he's falling behind. He's falling behind. He's down 4 Phoenixes. Again, here he was in a better position until that Mothership arrived. Oh, leading out another. There's the second Cloak. herO forced back, leading out 2 more Phoenixes. And here he has the Oracle. He has Revelation available for the next one. So here, he's in trouble. MaxPax doesn't realize how far ahead he is, but soon he can just save it. Soon he can just dive in, and he is. He just commits. There's a slow zone. We get the Revelation. Revelation doesn't do much. Cloak is on cooldown anyway. And MaxPax is just mass expanding, maintaining his lead. He's up 7 Phoenixes. And the reality is that there's no way for herO to recover. That's the problem with Phoenix Wars, is that once you get a lead, because it's a mirror matchup, like how do you surpass that? You don't. You don't without your opponent having miscontrol. There's a 3rd Cloak, or even the 4th. More Phoenixes go down. Max is getting further ahead, catching out another Phoenix. And another, and he's on top of the production. This is the kill move. Is came to the Stargates. herO can do nothing about this. And MaxPax, he will start off with a lead. He'll start off with a lead in this series, as herO cannot touch the main army. Production's being camped. Phoenix is going down for free. And GG. GG gets called. MaxPax, he will take game number 1. Whew, GG. MaxPax does take lead in the series. Again, it was very tense, very back and forth, and honestly, herO had a stronger start. herO, he was out controlling MaxPax. He was picking off Phoenix after Phoenix after Phoenix, and then the Mothership arrived. Activate Cloak, and herO, he was caught with his pants down. He didn't respect the Mothership enough. He was caught out. He bled out 5 Phoenixes, and with that, MaxPax took a lead and never let go of it. Never did let go. Oh. As we are jumping into game number 2. And we'll see if herO can recover. We'll see if herO can force the ace match, or if it all ends here and now in favor of MaxPax. Pressure is on. pressure is on. Let's go. Let us go. As we load into one of the larger maps of the map pool, as we load into Amygdala. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, sorry, top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our Danish Protoss player leading the series 1-0, one game away from making it to the grand finals. For System Gaming, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Down in the series, we'll see if he can force the ace match. We know he can, but will he? It is herO. As the pressure is on, both players are building up, and we're settling in. Go. So far, we're getting to our openers. Unlike the previous map, there is no ramp. There's no ramp coming into the natural, so last time we just assumed PvP on Ultra Love screams Phoenix Wars. Here, less so. Here, we should be seeing 2 gate openers instead. I say that herO has been very fond of going for a gate Cybercore opener, and likewise, that's all that MaxPax does as well, so technically, there is a higher chance than normal that there would be Phoenix Wars here as well. Here he wants that faster expansion, and MaxPax at this point he knows. MaxPax in position for the pylon block. There's a Cybercore for herO. And so far mirrored builds. Gate into Cybercore, likewise Gate Cyber as well. Now this should lead into Stargate first. herO, I'm sure he wants to get the faster expansion. But if both players go Stargate, then both players make Phoenixes, and we end up in the same position. You can see once again, herO, he's up 100 minerals. He wants that expansion. Does MaxPax throw down the pylon? Yep, he does. And pylon gets placed. Zella pops out. And Stargate versus Stargate. Welcome once again to Phoenix Wars. Oh boy. Now, there is a slight difference here. MaxPax, he hasn't seen the tech, so he doesn't know for certain. Likewise, herO, he didn't scout at all. Now, herO, he can make the assumption that there is a Stargate because this is how MaxPax plays every single PvP. He's very predictable in that sense. herO, he's less predictable. But MaxPax, he scouts. He scouts, he confirms. MaxPax should make a Phoenix, and so should herO. So this is looking very similar to the previous game. We got there in a different way, but same kind of game state. As yep, there's that Phoenix for MaxPax, there's that Phoenix for herO, and Phoenix Wars, they have begun. So just to reiterate, just like the previous game, there are certain power spikes available when it comes to the timing of the second Stargate, the timing of Phoenix range, and the timing of the mothership. Those are the 3 big power spikes that we're kind of looking for, which would give one player a clear advantage over the other. Outside of that, there is potential for, you know, what we saw out of herO when it comes to out-controlling and out-trading your opponent, but it is very difficult to pull that off. It's not something you can rely upon. The Dev Shades into the main is going to be cleaned up. Much faster second Stargate for herO. So just like the previous game, herO, he's going to have a small window where he is going to be up in Phoenixes, assuming he doesn't get supply blocked. Remember, last game, herO, he did get supply blocked, so he wasn't able to really get an advantage. herO did have a shaky opener in game 1. But you can see here the second Stargate is not too far behind for MaxPax, so there's not really too much of a window. It's one of those things where, yes, herO, there's going to be like a timing where he's going to be like up 1 Phoenix, but by the time he gets across the map, then MaxPax is going to be able to reinforce and catch up anyway. Oh. Armies to engage. Trading 1 for 1. Tells trade 1 for 1. Better trade for herO, who does get a second Phoenix. Very nice start. As MaxPax, he gets caught with his pants down. At the same time, though, Adept does shade into the main, gets 2 probes. Not bad. herO up in Phoenixes. MaxPax up in economy. But with that faster second Stargate, herO, he can be assertive. Yeah, he's pushing out. He is moving out. And he might be able to overwhelm MaxPax here. MaxPax, he has to be careful. He is down a Phoenix. herO, once again, he gets supply blocked. Once again, he can't make another Phoenix. That 2 games in a row. Pappy. herO. This keeps happening. So MaxPax is able to catch up. It's the same timing as well. It's that same timing of supply block. So far, both players just posturing. Here he gets a probe. herO doesn't commit. Just trying to contain MaxPax. Likewise, MaxPax, he's able to get some pylon blocks here at both third locations. He will delay his opponent. Pylons from both players. As we mentioned, you cannot warp in an Adept, you cannot warp in a Stalker, you cannot warp in a ranged unit to deal with this. You can only warp in Zealots. The reason for this is because you are forced to spend every single piece of gas on Phoenixes. Oh! Better straight for herO. He gets one. Gets one Phoenix. herO forced to take top left. Oh, a very awkward expansion for herO. Very awkward. But he is containing MaxPax. Does contain. herO, he's up 2 Phoenixes. But remember, there is defender's advantage. Oh! herO bleeds out a Phoenix. They do trade. He commits. And herO, I believe he can win this fight. Yeah, it's still very close. Oof. Very close. herO, he wants to keep going. Wants to camp the Phoenixes. Wants what he will. Does trade. Phoenix count is evening up. Phoenix range on the way for MaxPax. herO, he still does not have a fleet beacon. herO does have a faster third and faster gases, but this fleet beacon is late. Very late for herO compared to game 1. And he can be bullied as a result. I am concerned. Yeah, herO, he fully backs off. MaxPax taking bottom right. So on the one hand, herO, he is up in Phoenixes and he is up in economy, but again, that Phoenix range upgrade is going to be huge for MaxPax. It's less so the upgrade, but more so just the window, right? The timing. It's pretty big. As range is now done for MaxPax. herO, he just begins range. He just starts. It almost feels like herO, he was hoping to kill MaxPax ahead of time. Like, that's why he was so assertive and so aggressive. And it just didn't pay off. Did not pay off in the end. Hi, Batty. Did we by chance cast Baby Marine vs. SHIN series? We did not, unfortunately. We didn't quite catch it. We thought that Wardy was going to cast it, so we went to the lower bracket instead. We casted Triggers matches, but we missed out on Baby Marine and SHIN. Did cast Solar. We did cast Solar versus Baby Marine, but missed out on SHIN. As range is now done. Okay, MaxPax, he was more passive. He stayed at home. There was a big window where he had range over his opponent, but now that window is closed. It's gone. Window isn't there anymore. Oh! Does catch a reinforcing Phoenix. Trades 1-to-1. Slightly better trade there for MaxPax. Does keep 1 extra Phoenix alive. And we are waiting for that mothership. We're almost there. Taking gases. Taking more. Getting a 4th base. So is herO. MaxPax did double expand. As the armies, they pass by each other. There's the 2 Zealots here harassing. They will distract MaxPax. That does create an opening. Probes are going to be going down. Nice pickoffs here. herO pulling MaxPax apart. Cashing out of Phoenix came the production. Mothership on the way for herO. MaxPax, he races over, trying to catch him out. herO pulls away. herO does pull away. As opposed to the previous game, there's going to be a stronger timing here for the Mothership. The cloak timing for herO, it's there. And a big reason for this is because herO did get a faster expansion and a better economy. Mothership just now beginning here for MaxPax. We're getting ready for that cloak timing. Getting ready for that cloak. Mothership is now coming in. It's go time. He's looking for the army. Does find it. Does find it. Gets a revelation. Here comes that Mothership. And MaxPax is going to be bullied away. And he's going to be forced back here. Behind the Stargates. Does Stray. Takes out the Oracle. Mothership coming in. A little bit late to the party. A little bit. There's the cloak. And MaxPax will just avoid it. He avoids the main army. He's getting chased down. Better trade for herO, just barely. Yeah, it is a better trade. And MaxPax, he's turned away. He's turned away from his own expansion, from his bases. Mothership's trying to get involved. But GG gets called. Yeah, MaxPax, he gets caught with his pants down. And herO ties up the series 1-1. We are going to that ace match. Whew, GG. GG, well played. Again, the Mothership timing there, even though the Mothership wasn't really too much of a factor, what it did do when it came to the engagement itself, it zoned. Like, it forced MaxPax to just abandon the location, abandon the natural, abandon the main, had to respect and just fear that Mothership, and with that, free shots were going off, and herO did over well. GG. With that, we're going to the ace match. We're going all the way to game 3. The power of the Mothership. Oh. But again, the reasoning why the Mothership was late for MaxPax, it was on the way. If you remember, it was in production, but the reason why it was late is because herO did have a faster third base, faster gases, faster saturation. herO did have the better economy. If you remember, earlier on, MaxPax, he was contained and stuck on 2 bases. He was stuck on 2 bases, took him a long time to expand, and as a result, we saw that herO was able to get that faster Mothership, take the game. GG. GG, well played. It also did help as well, if you remember, that herO, he was able to go for some Zealot harass, he was able to get a couple of worker kills, he was just able to stifle the economy in general of MaxPax. Really well done. Really well done. That leads us into game number 3. Here we go. PvP has actually gotten worse since the old 4-gate mirror days. I mean, it depends. Like, there's definitely, like, finesse involved in Phoenix Wars. It does depend what you enjoy. I know that a lot of people aren't too fond of Phoenix Wars just because the reality is there's less dynamics when it comes to Phoenix Wars. Like, there's less counterattack potential, and the engagements are not as flashy as, like, Stalker versus Stalker or Disruptor versus Disruptor. But they're very much so build dependent, as we were trying to emphasize earlier. And here we go, we're getting into game 3, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the Danish Protoss player, the red Protoss, representing Sylstorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is herO. We go. Told you, because 20 years. I mean, Phoenix Wars have been around for a very long time. The reasoning why we're seeing it a little bit more frequently nowadays is because herO and the other Korean Protosses are now more accepting of the MaxPax opener. What is the MaxPax opener? It is Gate, Cybercore into Stargate into Expansion. And the problem is that if both players go for the MaxPax opener, then both players are forced into Phoenixes. That's the problem with that, is that if they do the same build against each other, that's kind of the natural progression of that build. But herO, he breaks the mold. There we go, 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of herO. He does hide his probe for a proxy pylon. So herO, he is not going for the opener that we've seen so far in this series, which means no Phoenix Wars. Not in the ace match. From MaxPax, same build. Again, very predictable in that sense. It should be Gateway into Cybercore into Stargate, followed by the expansion. So once again, the same build here at a MaxPax. herO, he does hide the pylon, and the goal, the purpose, is to make it look like hero's proxying, and he's going to try to force an overreaction out of MaxPax. As MaxPax, he is scouting, and MaxPax, he confirms the pylon is missing. He does confirm the pylon is missing. So MaxPax, he knows that something is wrong, something is amiss. We know it's a fake, but MaxPax doesn't. Could be real, could be fake. So behind this, MaxPax, he makes the Zealot first. So already a bit of an inefficient start. He makes the first Zealot, and he's scouting. He's scouting, he's looking. Ideally, MaxPax would want to skip the Zealot, but forced to make it. And he is searching for the proxy. Likewise, the first scouting probe is searching as well. Zealot towards the top side, and the probe towards the south side. But it doesn't stop MaxPax from expanding. Likewise, with this Stargate opener, it should be Oracle, not Phoenix. Remember, it's only Phoenixes if your opponent has a Stargate. So this should be Oracle into Void Ray. As Stargate is done, and the Oracle's on the way. Now, this is a way to get scouting information and to, of course, deal some economic damage. To keep tabs on herO. And MaxPax, he should only make a Void Ray if he feels threatened. If he feels like there's potential for an all-in, then he'll make the Void Ray. But now he's scouting. So important here that he commits. MaxPax, he might lose the adept, but it's worth it because he scouts, he confirms. Oh, still no expansion. But he did see the probe, and the probe is the tell. He's not convinced. Void Ray's on the way. So this tells us that MaxPax, because he saw no expansion, he's scared of an all-in. You do not make a Void Ray unless you believe you're being all-in. So MaxPax is being very careful here. Gets an extra Gateway, Void Ray, and now he will confirm. I'm curious when he sees this if he cancels the Void Ray. Does confirm the expansion. Oracle going further in, gets Revelation, confirms no faster tech, and yep, cancels. As we did assume, does cancel the Void Ray. Again, you only need the Void Ray if you're being all-in. If not, just cancel. So MaxPax is able to confirm. With this, we're entering the mid-game. Now both MaxPax and herO, we're getting to our natural bases. MaxPax has the better economy. He is at a better position thanks to the faster Nexus. So he does have the greater economic game state. We have Blink on the way for herO. MaxPax is going for a more defensive style, earlier Robo, delayed Twilight Council. So herO, he will be the first to gain map control. herO, he will have Stalkers and Blink to work with. As Blink is almost done. Twilight Council only halfway done for MaxPax. So MaxPax, he's going to be stuck at home. He's going to be stuck at home. He has to turtle up, has to be defensive. Stasis traps, shield batteries, Immortals. There we go. First Immortals on the way. The reason why you have to make it Immortal in this position is because MaxPax, he knows that he's down in Gateways. He's down in Blink. He's down in Tech. He needs Immortals to make up for that. You can have 1, 2 Immortals, and that can make up for a deficit of Stalkers. So you need those Immortals here for a MaxPax. Otherwise, you'll just fall over and die. As that makes up for his smaller Stalker army. herO on the flip side, he now has map control. He should be pushing. For now, he's waiting back at home, keeping tabs on that Oracle. So herO is stuck at home thanks to the Oracle. He will take a faster third. And the goal for herO should be to contain MaxPax and to delay his third base for as long as possible. As again with Blink, herO should be the more aggressive player, or at least more active. Meanwhile, MaxPax going for the Forge, getting to +1, extra gateways. MaxPax taking his time. Eventually, MaxPax, he will expand as he's getting into a 5-gate setup. And here comes a probe. Hallucination will confirm the gateways, will confirm the tech, and it should confirm the third. Won't be able to. Hallucination goes down. Recalls the Oracle. MaxPax takes the third base. herO, he hasn't seen this third yet, so he might be a little bit tentative about moving out. Building up his own Immortals, getting into the Forge, into +1. We're building him. Phoenixes have always been a truly broken unit everyone ignores. I wouldn't say so. Like, specifically in PvP, like Phoenix Wars, they're kind of forced. But outside of that, like, Phoenixes don't really have much of a place elsewhere. Like, Phoenix openers have fallen off quite heavily in TvP, and Phoenix openers are not a thing in PvZ. So in 1v1, like, they only have their place really in Phoenix Wars settings and scenarios. But I would agree that it is, I would say, a negative part of that matchup, the mirror matchup, that should probably be addressed. You know, herO pushing forward. Oh! Alas. Get a concave here from herO, takes out the first immortal. Yeah, MaxPax does overextend. Yeah, big step up here from MaxPax. He has to back off. He cannot take this fight. herO, he defends well. I'm a little bit surprised that MaxPax committed the way that he did without a Warp Prism. herO baits out the stasis traps. Again, better fight for herO. herO, he's up in Immortals, which shouldn't be the case. But this time the Immortals with MaxPax. herO takes a better fight and takes a fourth. We're settling in. MaxPax is forced back home, taking a fourth base, so is herO. We're building up towards the mid game. Okay. We have a game. Have some StarCraft. Now, I do favor herO coming into this when it comes to his overall immortal counts. Both players should be working towards charge. Charge is almost done for MaxPax. We've seen this before from herO. I don't know if you noticed something. herO, he just warped in Zealots. herO does not have charge. We've seen herO forget charge before. If you remember, we were casting herO versus SKillous this morning. herO versus SKillous, where herO, he built up like 20 Zealots, and then as he was trying to fight, he realized he had no charge, and he started charge like very, very late. So this has happened before, earlier today, and charge, yeah, we need it. It's getting dangerous. So I'm a little bit concerned for herO. MaxPax, he rotates. Does hit the third. Oh, pushing into the mineral line. herO trying to keep up. Yeah, you can see here he's reinforcing with more Zealots. They're slow lots. How long does it take? When does he notice? It's been a minute so far. Yeah, he's still working in more Zealots. Again, he still doesn't notice. Pushing forward. There it is. Now we know. It took like two. Thankfully, he notices now. It could have been so much worse. Took around 2 minutes, but does notice charge is not done. And he's vulnerable, I'll be honest. He's vulnerable without it. His charge is on the way. MaxPax, he rotates, gets 11 worker kills. Nice damage so far. herO trying to rotate, trying to keep up. Force field is going to choke him off though. Forces him back. MaxPax getting ready for a charge or run by. herO trying to move more defensive. MaxPax has gained map control. As he rotates once again. herO trying to keep up. Charge is almost halfway done. And MaxPax, he will take down the expansion. herO late to rotate, late to respawn. I mean, the army's just slower. With that herO, he will lose an expansion. Center base under fire. And just MaxPax abusing his mobility here. Likewise, herO can't go for his own Zealot run bys, his own Zealot counterattacks just isn't possible. Charge finally finishing up. MaxPax does have a lead. Ahead in bases, ahead in economy. Zealots coming from behind. Oh, they threaten a dive. Charge finally done for herO. Whew. Now he's pushing. Now both armies are close to maxing, and this does feel like an all-in. herO, he does not replace that base. He doesn't throw down another Nexus. He commits. It's all or nothing for herO. Oh my god, that's a lot of charge. Let's see. MaxPax, he has the high ground, he has the concave. Here he cannot push up this ramp. Does wink in. Does wink forward. Gaining more ground. Again, these elves have to be so careful. They have to respect those Archons. As one Archon gets stasis, one Archon left. And MaxPax, he can commit. Second Archon coming in though. And a third. As Zelsa just melts before the Archons. Here he's pushing in. He's breaking through. The Archons, they reign supreme. Again, all it takes is a couple of volleys. Not just that, the high immortal count here. herO, he may be down a base, but he has a massive army. He has 6 immortals. And what's our goal? To focus on the Archons and to focus on the Stalkers. And here he's done it. He breaks through the defensive line, takes out the Zealots. Who needs charge when you have massive immortal? Let's go. I mean, he's reinforced with charge lots, but he's pushing through. 2 Archons left, down to 1. And soon to be 0. 0 Archons remain, and herO, he has done it. He commits. Lost expansions, lost mineral lines, but it doesn't matter. Because his main army is what matters. And pushes in, breaks through, catching out another immortal. And herO, he can't be stopped. He won't be stopped, not from here. Nexus falls as well, boy's gonna have to be pulled. And MaxPax, he's trapped, he can't get out. He's being cornered. Yeah, just being pinned back, further back in the main base. GG gets called, and herO, he will take the series 2-1. Whew, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, very nice engagements there out of herO. Despite MaxPax having a massive Zealot advantage, we saw that herO was so careful when it came to pushing forward, made sure he didn't overextend, made sure his Archons were in position to zone away and to shut down those Zealots, and you saw a couple of Archon volleys and the Zealot army completely melted. With that, he was able to take advantage of his higher immortal count and did break through the main army. GG. GG, well played. herO, he does claim the series, does advance on, and we from here are getting into our upper semis. Let's go. Upper semifinals here. It's going to be a best of 3 between Clem and Solar. MaxPax could be a little bit tilted after that one. I mean, it's one of those things where MaxPax, he was ahead, and basically herO was all in. Basically, MaxPax, he forced an all-in out of herO. herO, he was down in bases, down in economy. Like herO, he was kind of falling apart in other aspects of that game. It was just all or nothing for herO. Just one big, like, death ball A move out of herO base. I mean, I say A move. One big move out, one big commitment. There was a lot of finesse when it came to the army control of herO, but he was all in, right? He was all in with that army. He had to end the game then and there, and he did. Was able to end it. Did break through. And with that, we are now getting ready for our upper semifinals. What if he delayed charge on purpose? He did not. There's a reason why we saw him start charge, and we saw the same thing this morning as well against SKillous. It was not intentional. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been reinforcing with more slow lots as well. Like, that's a level of copium where you're like, oh, herO, he wanted to lose his third. He wanted to be forced all in. Like, no. What are you talking about? All according to Keikaku. He lost the third on purpose. He got all in on purpose, man. Copium. Ideally, herO would have liked to have maintained an economy so he can sustain himself in case he wasn't able to break his opponent. Here we go. Also, I was when we noticed that he was missing charge, I did pay attention to the fact that he had a bank, so he had the money for it. It wasn't like he was intentionally cutting it to get faster Archons or faster Immortals. He was banking resources. Feeding to win. Copium. Here we go. As we are going to be getting ready here for the upper semis. It looks like we're just waiting for Clem and Sola to prepare to get their videos underway. And once they're done, we can jump in. Smile. Yeah, of course, of course. The smiling assassin, baby. Always smiling. That's why we love him. That's why we love him. But it looks like we might have some downtime. I would have assumed that the players would have already conducted their vetoes, but looks like that is not the case. So we might just go on a short break here. Just go on a short break, and when we come back, we will have the upper semis. Again, Clem versus Solar is coming. Oh, no, never mind. They're done. They just finished. Vetoes are done. So Clem versus Solar is going to be coming up next. We have seen these two face off in recent times in TVZs, and as you can imagine, coming into this tournament, Clem is the heavy favorite. There are certain players that can bring him down. I would say reliably, players like herO, players like MaxPax. Those are the top two that usually do stop Clem in his tracks. Outside of that, though, there's very few players that can really touch Clem right now. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Solar. It's not going to be easy. Clem is the favorite player. Solar is the underdog. We'll see if he can cause an upset. I'm hoping Solar can. I'm hoping that we can cause an upset here, but again, we'll see. As we're jumping into game one, jumping into ley lines. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. And if you're in the chats, predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we are jumping into our fresh best of 3. Oh boy. And you saw how much trouble Solar had with Baby Marine earlier. Clem, he is that much more crisp when it comes to his timings, when it comes to his pushes, when it comes to his aggression. That's my biggest concern coming into this after seeing Solar versus Baby Marine, is basically whether or not Solar can hold on to a 4th. That's what I'm looking at. I know that that's a little bit down the line. We're expecting like hatch gas pool openers. We're expecting 3cc. Clem, he does like to mix in 2-1-1s, specifically 3cc 2-1-1, but that's also very map dependent. Clem, he loves that on Amygdala, on potentially Neoviolet Square as well. On some of these larger maps, he's willing to go into those earlier stim timings, but here, we'll see. We'll see how he does approach this. Our eyes are going to be on Clem when it comes to his opener, and our eyes are going to be on Solar when it comes to his early game defense to maintain that 4th base. Oh boy. Here we go. As Clem is getting his natural, just a Rax Expand, Reaper opener out of Clem. Revert the Zerg nerfs. Revert them. I can see an argument for it. I'll be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if the next balance patch that we do get in the game is going to revert like a bunch of Zerg nerfs. Like, that feels like a bit of an easier way to address certain things in the game, as opposed to coming up with new ideas and new changes. I can definitely see that happening when it comes to like a future patch. Can see that happening. So now we do have a Reaper dancing with the Lings, gets 1. That's 1 Ling so far. Likewise, behind this, 3rd CC before Starport. And again, we're expecting 3cc. Oh. He's referring to the Reaper. Oh my god, he went down to like 1 HP. I mean, hey, Reaper survived. Brave, Abby, brave. And I believe he did kill the Tumor. No, not quite. I did force a cancel. I mean, behind this 3cc Banshee here from Clem, not going 2-1-1. Important to bear that in mind. Pulls away. Hope so. Yeah, I think it's like, I don't know. In my mind, that's like an obvious change. Like, I don't have much like anxiety like about like whether or not that'll happen. I think it's, yeah, pretty confident it's probably gonna happen. Nice pickup. Clem, the Reaper's going to be shut down, but he does take down the tumor. Nicely done. Behind this, Hellion Banshee's on the way. And the goal here for Clem is to maintain pressure, is to deny creep, is to keep Solar pinned at home, and to make it as difficult as possible to save the fort. When it comes to the 7-minute timing and the 7-minute push. Hellions, they rotate. Their goal here is to deny as much creep as possible. Is to keep Solar contained as best he can. His cloak is on the way. More Hellions are amassing. Hellions are building up. Oh, doesn't quite get the tumor. Do have the 2-on-1 follow-up here. 2 more maxes, getting up to 3. Hellions still rotating. So far, doesn't get any active tumors. So far, Solar is keeping up. Is keeping up. Solar just now going for the scout. It gets eyes on the potentially CC. Doesn't. Yeah, there we go. Does get eyes on the third. Is aware. Banshees, they dip in. Spores in position. Solar so far, he defends. He holds. But again, as we mentioned, it's about the fourth. It's about the fourth base, and it's going to be delayed. Oh, drone goes down. Massive pickup. Solar does open up lair first. Lair into delayed tech. Delayed upgrade specifically. We saw this against Baby Marine both in Game 1 and in Game 2. It seems like it's the go-to for Solar. Just lair first. The Solar's being pinned back. Clem going for the Queen. Last chance fuse. Queen does survive. Second Banshee does make it out. That means rotating. Rotating once again, getting on top of the Queens. Gets eyes on the expansion. And fourth base under fire. Zero detection, by the way. Lair just not finishing. And these Banshees, they wreak havoc, they distract the Queens. Base is getting lower and lower. We spoke about this, all about denying the fourth. And can we pull it off? Gets low, but it survives. Fourth base does survive. Meanwhile, we're a minute off. We're a minute away here from that Stim timing. Stim is finishing up. Medevacs are on the way, and soon Clem is going to push. And again, that target should be the fourth. Pulls back for now. Does pull back, waiting for the Medevacs. Medevacs have arrived. And the bio is now online. Here comes the Unsiege, and we'll see if Solar can save the expansion. This is the first kind of big test for Solar. His creep is decent. His creep is connecting the bases at least. And there's a little bit of creep outside of the fourth. A little bit. Bathing speed is not ready. Again, it's going to be slow Banes to defend. And with slow Banes, I'll be honest, it's going to be a tough hold. Not impossible. Solar, he might be able to overwhelm. Might have enough lings. Tank boy's going off. Hellbats, they protect the tank. Second tank has arrived. Bathing speed still a ways up here. Still needs more time. 10 seconds. 10 more seconds. Does collapse in. Ooh, Hellbats, they shut down the flank. And Solar, this is not the best trade here. Yeah, the tank survives. Shuts down the lings, takes down the Queens. And Solar's in trouble. And he's going to lose the base. He may just lose the base here. He's got 5 Banelings. Does roll in. Oh! Getting some of the fire. Nice target firing at a Clem. Yeah, he shuts down the Banelings. Shuts down the Lings. Barely not. Whew, Solar holds. Solar, he holds on, takes down the tank, and saves the expansion. It got low. It got close. Very close. But Solar, he's barely holding on. Now, what's scary here is that the creep is receding, and Clem's just rallying. He's just rallying across the map. He wants that fourth base. He's not stopping. And even though Solar, he survived the first wave, now can he survive the second wave? This time with more Marines, this time with another tank. Mailings, they roll in. Better spread here from Clem, and he's done it. He's done it. He breaks the fourth. GG gets called. And Clem will take game number 1. GG. Again, there's a reason why we were building up the fourth base defense from even the start of the game. That's usually kind of the big first kind of test for the Zerg player, and it's a tough one to pass. It is a tough one to pass. GG, well played. Clem at 7 minutes, he does deny the 4th base. The first wave of defense, though, very impressive. Solar, he barely held on, but it was inefficient. You know, I was still leaning towards Clem there because it was a very inefficient fight from Solar. He lost a lot of Ling Bane trying to hold on, trying to survive the first push. Did survive, but it wasn't worth it. Wasn't worth it. Was too inefficient. In the end, he was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Clem takes the first game, and we'll see if Solar will have better luck holding on to that 4th base coming into game 2. A lot of it's going to come down to the map as well. I'm curious what the vetoes were and what map we load into. If we load into a larger map, I do favor Solar. Typically, the way things go here in TVZ is that larger maps are typically better for the Zerg player because it means that you have more breathing room. Smaller maps are better for the Terran because those pushes hit even harder. Imagine that game on Ultra Love, on Whispers of Gold as well. That's where that push would be even more terrifying from the side of the Terran. Speaking of larger maps, we do have a larger map. We're loading into Amygdala. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. I mentioned before at the start of game 1 how Clem specifically is fond of 3cc 2-on-1s on Amygdala. The reasoning for this is because of the way that the map works and because of the way the attack paths are structured on Amygdala. There's very limited attack paths, so it is easier for the queens to deflect Hellions, so it is more difficult for Hellions to really get much value in the early game. So this is where I would say that it's a little bit more possible that we might see a 2-on-1 instead of Clem. Might see a 2-on-1 instead, we'll see. So we'll keep an eye on our Terran. And when I say 2-on-1, I mean 3cc 2-on-1. We'll get there. As we load into game 2, we load into Amygdala. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Solar. We'll see if Solar can cause an upset. We'll see if he can force the ace match at least. I'd love to see a game 3. I'd love to see an ace match, but the pressure is on Solar. Likewise, Clem. We'll see if he does go for an earlier stim timing. Now, going to be settling in. He might feel confident enough to still open up Hellion anyway. Like a 1-1-1, I mean. Might be confident enough to embrace that. Until then, though, standard openers. You know, hatch gas pool into a 3rd base out of Solar. Clem going Rax Expand into his factory. And welcome one and all to Amygdala. What I was referencing earlier is just... Hello. That's a late gas. Solar going hatch pool into a delayed gas geyser. Interesting. Is he going gasless? Oh, that is risky. Okay. Okay, Dark. I see. So Solar, he is going gasless. Bold move. Bold move. Now, winding it back a little bit, I'm referring to Amygdala. I was referring to the attack paths. We have one attack path here towards the top side. We have one attack path here towards the bottom side. That's really all we have in the early game. Like, these rocks, they kind of stop any kind of rotations from the Hellion Banshee. So that is why we do see Clem often, not always, but often open up 3cc 2-on-1 instead, going into an earlier sim timing and foregoing Hellion production. Meanwhile, Solar is going gases. So hatch pool into a 3rd base. This is risky, this is greedy, and this can be punished if Clem realizes what's going on. Clem, he scouts, he does see the earlier 3rd. Big scout. Does see the early 3rd base. This should be gasless, and as a result, Clem, he may respond with a 1-1-1 without a 3rd CC. But he's building up his minerals. Reaver breaks in. Does poke in. Dancing with the army. My eyes are on Clem. What are we going for? Okay. As he is throwing down his add-ons. And there it is, 3rd CC. Okay, he's going for a 3rd CC. And we'll see what the follow-up is going to be here. As Solar is cutting corners. Just now getting to his gases. Now, it's very common here when you open up Gasless to just skip link speed and go straight into roaches because your link speed is so delayed anyway, but this gas is relatively fast compared to what we're used to from someone like Dark, for example. Yeah, he pulls out. Solar, he pulls out. No roaches. Behind this, 3cc 111. Okay, is going for the tried and true Hellion into Banshee. Reaper goes for the dive. I wonder if Clem recognized how late link speed was. Did see the slow links. Did see the slow links. Poking him once again. And we'll see if Clem can punish Solar. So far has been unable to. Clem being forced further back. Oh, okay, that is not Banshee. That is going to be 3cc into Liberator instead. Interesting. Now, what this means here is that this means there is going to be faster stim. It means that there's no add-on swap, so the tech lab stays on the racks, which means stim will begin earlier here for Clem. And of course, he can undergo faster bioproduction. Getting to those Marines. Instead of going for the add-on swap. We'll see what Clem can get done. Likewise, this gases opener does mean that Solar has a boosted economy. He has more drones. He has extra lava early on. Overlord comes in. The Overlord will confirm the build of choice. Solar, he sees Tech Lab on the rack, so he knows he doesn't need spores for Banshee defense, but will need spores for Liberator defense. Here comes the first move out. And you can see here, the spore here is outside of the mineral line, same towards the top side as well. So these spores are in position for libs. Speaking of, first Liberator has arrived. Hellions, they go for the dive. Uh-oh, and the mineral line's gonna get roasted. Lings, there are not enough of them, not enough Lings. Solar, he was cutting corners, barely had any army. He was droning the entire time, and drones are getting roasted. Oh no! They do line up for a moment. 8 drones go down, already brutal damage. And this is already getting out of hand. The advantage that Solar once had, not quite there anymore. Liberator popping up. Hellions are going to be cleaned up. Solar, he will lock this down. But that was still 10 drone kills. 10 workers for 8 Hellions. With that, Clem does take an economic lead. And Clem is getting into his own setup here. Now, it's still going to take another minute before Clem moves out. Right now, Solar, there's a lot of pressure. Does come in for the surround. Ooh, the stim is done. Remember, stim was done earlier. And there's a tank in position. So Clem does defend. He defends, he holds. Solar now getting into faster Evo chambers. Okay, so once again, greedier play out of Solar. Goes double Evo chamber before the lair. So faster upgrades this time. Again, really greedy play here by Solar. And these are the corners you need to cut against Clem. You need to cut those corners. Try and get away with as much as you can. And have that advantage. Meanwhile, Clem is about to push. What are we waiting for? We're waiting for the medevacs. We have 2 medevacs on the way. Once they arrive, Clem is going to move out. Now, because of the openers, though, these 4th bases were double expanding, and even if Solar loses one, he will have the other. So Solar's in a much better position here. Likewise, 1-1 upgrades are going to finish up in time. Here comes the move out. And it looks like Clem, he's not too confident here. Unlike the previous game, he leaves the tanks at home. So Clem, he knows that most likely Solar's going to defend. Like, most likely Solar's going to be okay. So he's just going to trade. So the poke in. Pick off a couple of tumors. 1-1 about to finish up. And Solar defense. Solar, he does defend initially. Now Clem, he should have noticed that there was no bailing speed. There we go. Now he moves up with his real force. Now here comes the main push. It is delayed. I do think that Clem could have been more successful earlier, just because of how late bailing speed is, but because he's taken so much time, bailing speed is going to finish up. So this is all better for Solar. as Clem was tentative. Despite that, very nice spread of tanks. Yeah, Solar, he just abandons the base. He abandons the base, going for a massive link counterattack instead. Back at home, there are some Marines. And he should be able to hold on without losing too much. Bailey's rolling in. Clemmy notices. He pulls away. Clemmy defends back at home. Oh, gonna get surrounded though. Does get caught out. But the expansion is gonna fall. So a nice pick off here from Clem. Takes down the fort. But remember, Solar, he double expanded. He saved the drones. Solar is still surviving at least. And there's a lot of creep to work through. There's a lot of creep. And I'm curious, does he rotate towards the south side or does he keep pushing? He's going to rotate. Clem, he rotates, he backs up. Solar, he has time to build up. Alas, Clem was more efficient, straight up. Like Solar, he lost how much already? 100 lings! 100 lings for 28 Marines. Oh boy, like it's been a rough trade here for Solar. And I mean, that's why there's that supply disparity. Bailey's roll in, tank gets caught on siege. Better start to the fight. Solar shuts down the tank, but there's another tank on the high ground. Marines, they do stand forward. And Solar, he's in trouble here. Oh, diving forward once again. Tanks, they do siege up, they shut down the Bailings. And Bailings go down, and there's nothing left. GG gets called. That's all that Solar had remaining, and Clem, he will take the series 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Just very efficient pickoffs there by Clem. Even though Solar did double expand, even though he still had a fourth base, Solar, he lost so much Link Bane in the lead up to that defense. He was just trading too poorly, and Clem did overwhelm. GG. GG, well played. Once again, just a battle of the fourth here, both in Game 1 and Game 2. And with that, Clem does advance on to the Grand Finals to face off against his next opponent. Let's go. There's one series remaining here in the broadcast. In the tournament, it's going to be a best of 5 between herO and Clem. Let's go. Again, if you missed out on it, herO did defeat MaxPax 2-1, did overwhelm the Danish Protoss player, and now he's up against Clem. Now, herO and Clem, they've had a really interesting dynamic recently. If you've been watching the channel, if you've been tuning into our weekly highlights when it comes to the tournament results, you would know that herO has been defeating Clem more often recently. I think specifically it was in last week's Open Cup. Let me just double check. It was in the Monday Night Weekly. Yeah, it was in last week's Monday Night Weekly, where herO did defeat Clem twice. He was able to defeat him in the upper brackets and defeat him in the grand finals as well. So herO has been beating Clem, or I should say they've been going back and forth. There's been a little bit more of an even back and forth between herO and Clem. A lot of ace matches, a lot of wins for Clem, a lot of wins for herO. It's been great to see that dynamic unfold. As a result, coming into this, I still favor Clem, but we have seen herO cause these upsets and defeat Clem more often as of late. So I'm hoping for a back and forth. I'm hoping for a Game 4, maybe even a Game 5. That's all I want. That's all I want. Yes, herO, 2 weeks in a row. 2 weeks in a row, herO, he defeated Clem in Monday Night Weekly number 5 and in Monday Night Weekly number 6. For those that are curious, Monday Night Weeklies, we don't cast those events, but those are the European weeklies. They actually begin like in a couple of hours, I want to say. Let me just double check. Yeah, in an hour and a half is when they play. It's while we're sleeping, Bobby, while we're sleeping. Main speed shuffle. Exactly. as we are setting up. Looks like Vitas are done, and game 1 is going to be on Whispers of Gold. So just catching up. Just catching up. And make sure we get everyone involved. Shout out to all the other language streamers as well. Shout out to Rex, shout out to Pommy, shout out to Sub-Zero, Koka as well. Ryung. Ryung has been casting a lot in Korean. Casting a lot. Great to see. Great to see. And this is going to be our final series of the night. Final series here. Whew, again, it's been an intense day. We had the OSC Season 12 Championship earlier this morning. Now we're wrapping up with the WardiTV Monday. And then we gotta wake up in the morning for the Pigastorm Monday as well. Here we go. As we jump into our grand finals, and spawning in the bottom, or in the top left-hand corner of Whispers of Gold, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. It is herO. And if you're in the chat, predictions. Predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat as we jump into game number 1, the start of the series. Here we go. Los Tremor 10 minutes ago in Lima. Ay, cuidado, papi, cuidado. Cuídate, cuídate. Este password. Be careful. I hope everyone is safe. Hope everyone is okay. Perfect way to start my Sunday morning. I guess perfect way to start our Tuesday morning, I suppose. As technically we've clocked over to Tuesday. True. Man, it's been a great Monday. A lot of StarCraft, as always, as always. I believe we have 2 broadcasts tomorrow as well. Yeah, we have OSC. Yeah, we have OSC King of the Hill as well. But I'm looking forward to this week, as we should have some more time to actually ladder, to stream, to play some StarCrafts. It's going to be a lot of fun. As we do have our openers here. It's going to be an economic open out of Clem. It's going to be a Rax Expand. Economic start from our Terran player. Meanwhile, herO opening up Zealot first. Interesting. The goal... Oh, okay, it does cancel. Does cancel the Zealot. Just making sure he doesn't get cheesed out. Just make sure he doesn't get proxied. There's no eBay block. There's no bunker. With that, herO expands. Standard opener out of herO, going Gate Cybercore into Nexus. Meanwhile, economic opener out of Clem. Nothing crazy. Nothing wild. Seems like more than a tremor. Tremore. Ah, no. Este Einstein. God damn it. God damn it, Einstein. I'm not gonna take the bait. I'm not gonna take it. That's good though, that's good. Este Einstein. That's now though. 2 probes, 2 workers go down. Two workers go down. Behind this, Clem getting into additional Raxes. Interesting. Now, what's important is that Hallucination does confirm this, but what's happening here is that Clem is going for a second Rax before the starport. He's going for a 2-1-1 setup. He might even go for a 3rd Rax as well. Meanwhile, we have our take of choice, Stargate play. Stargate on this map on Whispers is crazy, by the way, especially with Clem going for a 2-1-1. Uh-oh. So with this earlier Rax, we should be seeing early stim. So early stim timing here out of Clem against Phoenix is going to be wild. Meanwhile, here he does hallucinate that that Colossus, pushing up the ramp. Going for the add-on. Boys are being pulled. Boys are being pulled. Here he denies some mining time, and I believe here he does confirm. He does confirm the scouts. Getting a couple of Marines. He gets one, he gets two, he gets three. Oh my god, very nice pickoffs. Takes down all 4 Marines, but the lock-on is brutal. Ooh, takes down a Stalker. And with the arrival of the Cyclone, here he has to get the hell out of here. He has to pull away, he has to race back home. And Clem, he's going for a 2-base all-in. He's setting up for a 2-base all-in here. That is a 3rd Rax before the starport. So very, very aggressive here by Clem. Here he doesn't open up Phoenix. He goes Oracle first into a Twilight Council. Ooh, this is gonna be rough. So basically what's happening here is that the opener, the tech of choice is to harass. True, with the Oracle. It is to harass, is to move out. But this delays the Twilight Council, it delays Blink, it delays Charge, it delays the Gateway follow-up here. And I'm concerned that, again, that's gonna be even worse when it comes to defending against the initial Stim timing. As Stim is on the way. Stim is on the way, tanks are amassing as well. It is going to be charge initially here for herO. Also, I think that Stalker is stuck, at least for now. It feels Stalker, man. How did it get there? Like, did we just like warp in the wrong location? Like, what happened? I don't know. I missed that. Feel Stalker, man. Hallucination does confirm the starport is just now on the way, so herO knows that a push is coming. Now, Charge is going to be ideal defensively, more so than Blink. Blink would have been a tough hold. Charge is going to be a little bit better, depending on how many Zealots herO is able to morph in time. Speaking of, Zealots are amassing. Now, because we have a starport alongside this, I don't believe Clem is going to pull the boys. Don't believe he's going to pull them. He can, but typically if we pull them, we just ignore the starport and we just commit. So Stim is about to finish up. Likewise, Clem keeping up with the Oracle. Yeah, Cyclone coming for the lock-on. Oh, can he bring it down? He scans. And he doesn't. Oh no, the Oracle barely escapes. 4 HP, 1 shot away from going down. He wastes a scan. Whew. herO gets away. And here comes a push. Stasis traps are gonna slow him down. Not bad. Nice stasis. Stasis does connect. Clem is gonna commit. So behind this, getting a 3rd CC. But this will delay him. The Oracle likewise hits the mineral line. Keeping those reinforcements back home. Clem, by the time he moves out, here come those Zealots. The tank is exposed. Yeah, Clem just getting picked apart. herO collapsing on the army. And Clem has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull back home. Now, I don't see herO breaking this defensive position, but herO at least gains map control. And this means that herO can freely now saturate his 3rd base, take his gases, get a 4th base as well, and tech up into Colossus. herO, he has survived. He survived the sim timing. herO, he's gone away with it. He's looking good, and he will soon expand. Another revelation. Another revelation on the army. There's that 4th base. Now herO is settling into Blink, into a 2nd Forge, into the Bay, into Colossus. Clem, here we go. This time he pulls the boys. 2-base all in. 3rd CC just for show. Yes, just there for show. Clem, he's going for the kill. I mean, he knows that herO is vulnerable. I didn't think he was going to pull the boys, but nah, never mind. He commits. So it's all in here for Clem. Likewise, nice choke point. Zealots are going to be shut down. Oh my god, the choke point is brutal. Here's in trouble. Here's in a lot of trouble here. The boys did a great job there just choking it up. And just buffering. And Clem is going for the kill. Nice force fields. Does delay. Workers, they evacuate. They head over towards the 4th base. Likewise, Clem, he pulls back the boys just in case. Up. There he goes up. But Clem is going to try to mac her out of this. Again, those force fields delay a little bit too long. He pulls the boys back, pulls them back in, takes down the third. Now he's going for the fourth. And he's going for the fourth expansion. Here he cannot defend. He will not hold on. And I'll be honest, Clem, he just killed the third, he just killed the fourth. If he still had the boys with his army, he could probably break the natural. I'll be honest. Could have probably broken the natural. Colossus just now arrives. And here he's in a dire position. I had assumed that he had gotten away, and I assumed that he had gotten away with his build. But, I mean, Clem he just went for it. He just sent it back. Oh. Nice Nova. Nova goes off. Good connection, but Clem is going to overwhelm. At this point, he's just overwhelming herO. Here he's keeping up. Trying to hold on, trying to survive. Clem going to stand forward. He's got to feel the Widowmines behind this. Colossus comes in. Nova goes up. Does graze the army. Does graze one of the Widowmines. Tanks, thankfully, are barely out of range of the expansion. And Clem pulls away. Doesn't like what he sees. Does pull away. Slowing things down. Claiming his third. I mean, Clem is ahead, right? The reality here is that Clem, he is in a better position. Has a larger army. Better economy. He can work towards a 4th CC. Get into Vikings. There's no rush for Clem. That's what I'm getting at. Clem doesn't have to force the issue. Take it slow. Going for a drop into the main. Distracting herO. He does get in. And here he just doesn't have the supply. He's being pulled apart. 5 probe kills. Clem looking for a way in. And shall say Pablo, they shut down the Zealots. Ooh, they shut down the Stalkers. Yeah, better trade for Clem. Does that trade? Does evacuate. Barely pulls away with the Metamax. 3 HP. Does pull out. And Clem is going to be the first to max. Going to be the first to max out. And he's teching. He's going for the Ghost Academy. 4th CC. Clem, he's not going to try to go for the kill. Now, on the one hand, it means that, you know, when you're ahead, get further ahead. So Clem is just securing himself. At the same time, herO has potential. Why? Oh, let's see. Let's take a mine to the face. The Widowmines. Widowmines, they can allow herO to fight back, to surpass even a greater army. With some well-placed Novas, herO he can recover. herO is in a worse position, but he has potential. Going for a Zealot run by. Does miss the Doom drop. Uh-oh. Nothing in position. He could try to recall. Does miss the army. Clem, he knows. He sees an opening. He's going for it. He's going for the dive. He scans. Massive Doom drop. And herO, he has to race back. He goes for the recall. For the Immortals, the Colossus are going to be exposed. Yeah, the expansion goes down. Clem, he pulls away. Pulls away. Doesn't lose any Metavacs. Likewise, herO pulled back into the main, and now the third base and the 4th, they're going to fall. Oh. That's cutting into the Widowmines. The Zealots, they just crumble. Colossus, they rally into the Vikings. And hero's just getting picked apart. Left and right. Disruptor falls as well. No Novas. And Clem, he's going to overwhelm. He's just going to overwhelm here and now. Breaks through Disruptors, takes 1 Nova to the face. Takes down the Colossus, and there's nothing left. There's a handful of Stalkers, handful of Zealots. It is enough to force a pick up. Whew. herO, he's holding. He's barely holding on. He's surviving for a little bit longer as the rally continues. You could argue too much supply in Metavacs and too much supply in Vikings, but overall, Clem's still in a better position, getting a 4th base. Never doesn't connect. Oh, nice EMP, takes down the Disruptor. him down. Likewise, getting a second disruptor as well. And Clem is just out trading herO at this point. Just having fun with the army, landing the Vikings, breaks through the Zealots, and takes down the Immortals. There's one Immortal remaining. That's all that's left of the main army. And with that, GG gets called. Clem, he will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he went for a 3-1-1 setup, went for a very late starport, went into a faster stim timing with a heavy ByuN army, so a very aggressive build there by Clem. And we saw that herO, initially, he deflected the first push. I was very impressed. He was able to get some stasis traps, he got on top of the tank, he deflected the first wave, and then Clem, he evacuated with most of his army. He's like, you know what? I'm gonna just pull the boys. And I'll just pull the boys. I'll commit to a second push instead. And herO, he was not out of the woods. He was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. The game did end then and there. The game continued from that point, but herO, he lost 2 bases. He lost a 3rd base, he lost a 4th base. He bled out most of his army. He wasn't able to recover from that moment. He tried to, and he almost did. With those disruptors, he had potential, but alas, wasn't quite able to recover. And with that, Clem takes the lead. Clem does take a lead, and now we're getting into game number 2. I love that emote. It's beautiful. It's a platypus, Fabi. It's a platypus. CranKy for Degen is the best, though. I mean, we have a lot of really nice emotes. Shout out to Shura. Shura was the artist, the designer that made them. I'm a fan of the Bedge, and a CranKy for Bedge, and also CranKy for Ramen. We don't get many opportunities for the Ramen emote, but I love it nonetheless. It's beautiful. He's so satisfied eating that ramen. Ah, makes me want to eat some food. But here we go. We're getting to our next game, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0, going for a proxy across the map. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and make a series out of this. It is herO. As here comes that initial proxy. And the Rax is on the way. This looks like a regular Proxy Reaper. So Proxy Reaper does typically lead into bunkers behind the mineral line and a bit of a disrupted economy. Gases are on the way. I'm making the assumption that we don't go for a Proxy Marauder. If we did, I'm pretty sure that we would get a second Rax alongside this. So it should just be a way to try to get an economic lead over his opponent. As the Rax is finishing up, herO looking to expand, does check the natural just in case, confirms there's no proxy behind the mineral line, but instead is at the 3rd. SCV comes in, we're looking for the bunker. Now Probe will chase. Probe will chase away. Clem, ideally he wants that worker to stop chasing the SCV. Yep, there we go. And Clem, he can try to double back and throw down that bunker. Actually, never mind. Goes back home. Okay. Does race back home. Reaper's on the way. Back at home, we do have our factory follow-up. And again, the goal here is to get some economic damage, to get some probe kills, to wreak havoc. Let's go. Oh, that was a bit. Boys are being pulled. So far, nice damage here by Clem. The Adept has arrived, and with that herO, he should hold. He should hold on. He will chase down the Reaper. Ooh, just barely. Reaper goes down. Nice pick up. Does get the Reaper. And, ooh, Clem. He's going for a 1-1-1. Okay. He's going for a very late CC. That is a CC after the starport, so very aggressive build here by Clem. With this, I'm curious if he's going to go for drop play or something different. Tech Lab is finishing. Early Cyclone. I'm feeling the medevac. Clem, he should be moving out. With those Cyclones, with those medevacs. With that drop. Back at home is going to be a Twilight Counter opener out of herO. I believe Clem did not see the tech. He does not know what herO's up to. Starport is now done. Going for another axe. And interesting, we're not going for the medevac yet. We're going for the reactor first instead. Reactor first. Again, a much more aggressive build and an aggressive setup here from Clem. Back at home, herO playing safe. He's on patrol. Oh, we got the Adepts. We got the Stalker. Waiting for anything to come at us. And Clem's tank production is just so fast here. The CC isn't even done, and he's already halfway through the first tank. Again, earlier Tech Lab into Cyclone, into tank production. It was 3-1-1. And we're waiting for the eventual move out. Most likely, Clem is going to be pushing with, I want to say, 3 tanks. Should be able to get up to 3. Let's go Banshee as well. No shot. herO takes the 3rd. Raven. Okay. Going tank Raven. Building up his bio. Not going for the earlier stim timing. Just building up more Marines. Let's see where this leads. But now here's just being very passive. It was 2-gate blink for those that are curious. 2-gate blink into a 3rd. So very greedy, very economic build here by herO. As he forgoes extra stalkers and any kind of aggression in favor of a faster 3rd base. So very greedy, very economic. And we'll see how he fares against the eventual move out. So Clem is getting into his 3rd tank. There's the add-on solve. This should be for Stim. There we go. Stim is on the way. And once Stim finishes, then Clem can push. And herO sees everything. He sees the setup. He sees the early tanks. He's the Stim timing. I assumed that Clem was going to be more aggressive here, but this is a really defensive setup, at least currently. And herO is getting away with greed. Like herO, he's been very greedy here. He's getting away with it. So I do like herO's position right now, at least. But we'll see if he has enough to hold on. Raven comes in. Picks away at the mineral line. Soon to finish. The first 2 medevacs are on the way. It's going to be close. herO, he should have charge and +1 in time for the attack. I don't know if we'll have the first Colossus, though. It's going to be a closer one. Now, the question becomes, does Clem pull the boys with this? Did pull the boys last game, but the rush distance by ground on Amygdala is very long, actually. It's a lot longer, so most likely Clem should be expanding as he pushes out. That's what we're expecting. Speaking of, Clem, he has the money for it. Yep, there it is, CC. So he will expand. He will expand behind this. Medevacs have arrived. Sim is done. And Clem, he cannot break out. Ooh, okay. He's not going for a push. He's only going for drop play. Oh, no, sorry, my apologies. He's actually coming in from behind. Wants to catch out these stalkers. The goal here is to bait out a blink. It's to force the stalkers to blink backwards here towards the army. There's a blink. And here comes the Stim. Yeah, massive catch. Every stalker is going to go down. And very nice trap here from Clem, catching every single stalker. One barely escapes. And now it's go time. Now it's go time for Clem. He unsieges, sends everything across the map. Back at home here, he has 1 Colossus. He has 1 Colossus to defend. More reinforcements on the way. There's some auto towers here behind the mineral line, catching up 4 probes. Tanks there moving in, and they're getting within range. Got massive tank shots going off. Oh my god. Mainly on the Zealots. Second Colossus on the way. It's almost here. Now getting within range. Colossus moving in. There's that second Colossi. But the base taking a lot of hits. He has to commit. Might just going up on the Zealots. Decent force fields locking down 2 of those Marauders. Yeah, the Marauder count is getting low. Not a lot of Marauders left. The expansion is getting very low here. Charge is done. He dives in. The Zealots are going to go down, but he gets every single tank. And with that, here he holds. Whew. He does hold on, cleans up the Marauders, cleans up the tanks. The Marines, they cannot defend. They cannot keep up. Here he holds on, saves the 4th base. Oh my god. I get a very aggressive push there from Clem. He almost broke the expansion, and Hero's in a better position. He's in a better position here. He does preserve every one of his Colossi. He's getting a 3rd one. 2nd Robo's on the way for Disruptors. So he finds the Observer. Does find it. And as we get into the mid game, I do prefer Hero's position. He's got more Colossus. He's now getting to Disruptors. He maintains a 4-base economy. Things are looking better for Hero. Clem on the flip side didn't do enough damage. And now he has to back off, get into Viking production, get his 3rd base up and running, get a 4th CC. Build up towards Ghost eventually. Clem, he was hoping for a little bit more there. Hoping for more. I mean, hey, he almost got the base. Almost. With that, Hero taking another expansion. Again, he's expanding towards Clem. Getting a 5th. He's making 2 Disruptors at a time. And Hero's going to have a terrifying army soon with Mass Disruptor and Colossus. A lot of it will come down to the control, but Clem isn't really set up against all these Disruptors that are coming his way. Not yet. Working towards 2-2. Now getting another command center. Hero should be the first to max out. Once he's done, he can start pushing. And the goal for Hero shouldn't really be to break the defending Terran player. He might be able to, but really the goal should be to deny the 4th. You see the Adepts in position, just deny the 4th base and contain the Terran on 3 bases for as long as possible. That should be the win condition for Hero. Just contain the Terran. Likewise, Hero, he's staying on a very low gas count, intentionally so he can reinforce with mainly Zealots. It's a very cheap army. Gas, of course, being spent on Disruptors. Hero's maxed. Here he's maxed. You can see he's in position. He has the Adept towards the top side. He has Zealot towards the right. And he has a Stalker here checking the gold. And here he's waiting for the expansion. Moving in. Now again, Hero, he doesn't have to try to break the defensive line. Scan reveals the army. EMP pops up. Zealots, they commit to the fight. Ooh. Yeah, brutal mine shots. Zealots, they get softened up. Vikings, they kite well. They take down the first Colossus. Barely not. Colossus does survive. And Clem is being zoned away towards his own natural. Disruptors moving in. Nova's popping up. Oh, massive connection. Yeah, Marauders are going down. And here he's just out trading Clem. I didn't think he needed to push in. I still don't think he needs to, but hey, he's trading well. Doing well regardless. Just pinning Clem to his own natural, cornering him. And we're waiting for those Novas. Until them get sent out. Brutal connections. And Clem is being overwhelmed. Again, that first move out needs to do more. GG gets called, and Hero, he ties up the series 1-1. We're going to game 3. GG. We have a series, we have a back and forth. Again, it was a very intense defense out of Hero to be able to hold on to that 4th base. Again, an aggressive build out of Clem. Because of that, Clem, he had to do more damage. He delayed his natural, he delayed his 3rd base, he delayed his economy to break the 4th, and he didn't do so. He didn't break the 4th base. From that moment onward, Hero was in a better position. If Clem had maybe traded a little bit better, if he had maybe killed a Colossus or 2, then it would have been fine, and we could have continued. But he didn't. Didn't kill the Colossus, did not kill the base. with that herO snowball out of control. He didn't have to push in, but herO, he just found he was able to wedge himself in between the natural and the third and just bully Clem further back into the natural. GG. GG, well played. With that, we are tied up, and now we're getting into the third game. As a reminder, this is a best of 5. Best of 5. Plenty of games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. We'll see what direction our players take us in. Where are we headed? Where are we dropping? Where are we dropping? Oh, Esther Luna C in the chat. Ga, baby, ga. Annyeong haseyo, baby, annyeong. Yo. I'm looking at the bracket right now, Luna. I'm looking at the bracket, and do you know what I see? I see Rebellion, I see Ateshi, I see Rainy Hour. I don't see Luna C. I see Farmy as well. I see Farmy. Where's my Luna C pack? Ay, ay, ay. Good to see you, good to see you. Hope you're doing well. For those that are curious, Luna C is a Korean Protoss player. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Oh shit, speaking of Rebellion, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Oh my god. Here we go, we're getting to the next game. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have our French Terran player, our red Terran, representing Team Liquid, being forced into a tied series. It is Clem. And spawning into the top left hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, tying up the series 1-1. It is herO. We go. But good to see you, Lunacy. Good to see you. Always, always. I'm just teasing, just teasing. But now though, we're going to be settling into King's Cove. King's Cove is one of the more vetoed maps in the map pool. It's very much so vetoed very often. It is a very large map, and honestly, does lead into very long games. The reasoning for this is because the natural is very defendable, and so is the third. Unlike on other maps, I guess this is a little bit similar to Abyssal Reef, a little bit, but there's a very narrow ramp coming into the natural, so this is a very defendable location. Imagine trying to push up this ramp as a ByuN player and just being force fielded. You can just force field the ramp, you can just cut up the army. There's going to be a greater concave and a greater defensive setup here on top of the ramp as well. It goes both ways, so very difficult to break a natural. Likewise, here at the third location, also a ramp coming into the third, and also applicable here, having the better defensive setup, the better concave, shield batteries, high ground vision as well. Very difficult to break a player on 2 or 3 bases. As a result, we often see longer and later games. Not just because these bases are defendable, but also the rush distance by ground. It's just a very large map. It's big. It's a very large map, long rush distance by ground. You can win a fight on your side of the map, counterattack, and by the time your army gets across the map, your opponent has defenses. Your opponent has reinforcements and they defend. So it's very difficult to maintain momentum on King's Cove and try to end the game early. So we often see a lot of mid to late game, and we see a lot of contention around the 4th base. Unlike the natural and the third, the 4th base location, whether it's the center 4th or the linear 4th base, are more exposed. You can see here it's very wide open, very exposed, a lot of angles of attack. And this is usually where a lot of fighting occurs, at either 4th base. That's usually the case. Not always, but that's kind of what we expect out of King's Cove. Meanwhile, we do have our openers. Going for the add-on swap. Initially faster CC from Clem, so economic opener out of our Terran player, now taking a second gas into his 1-1-1. Meanwhile, herO going for his Twilight Council, his tech of choice. Now, it is not uncommon to see Stargate play on King's Cove, so it's important that Clem did confirm. He went into the main, he got eyes on the Twilight Council. So really important here for Clem. Now he knows it's going to be Blink. So Blink opener out of herO. We expect 2-gate Blink into a third. Last game, that's what we saw on Amygdala. We expect that here on King's Cove. We expect a greedy economic build by herO, as it's hard to be aggressive. It is hard to be aggressive. here he's walling up. He's going to be securing himself. Likewise, back at home, Clem going for his Admiral Sword here into an earlier Tech Lab. Interesting. Going for an early Hellion drop. Sorry, early Widowmine drop. Very committed. 4 Widowmines here for Clem. Going into Cloak Banshee. So much more assertive start. Does make his way across the map. Then rotating in. Here, he does have some decent SimCity here. Hopefully he can wall up in time to defend against the Hellions. Stalker's in position. Ooh, Mind Drop is deflected. Good start for herO. Likewise, herO gets eyes on the Hellions. Zones them away. Does zone them back. And herO defends. herO, he does defend, initially at least. Catching out the Reaper. Forcing back Clem, a blink is revealed. And herO takes a third. Was 3-gate blink. 3-gate blink into a third base. So safe play out of herO. It pays off. Meanwhile, Clem back at home is going to commit a little bit harder here. We're building up those Banshees. We have the first Banshee on the left-hand side, but there is already detection for herO. He plays it safe. Stalker's moving in. Observers on the way. So far, there are 2 observers. 1 towards the top side, 1 towards the center. Cloak is now done. And herO, he's somewhat in position. Somewhat. Does respond. Probe's going to be going down. Getting up to 3, getting up to 4 workers so far. 4 probes to 1 Banshee. That is okay damage, but ideally you want more. Ideally you want up to, what, 6, 7 worker kills. Bearing in mind, that wasn't just a Banshee, that was Cloak being researched as well. As that also delays other tech, it delays stim, delays other tank production. Second Banshee's moving in. This time herO's in position. This time herO's ready. Clem is getting his 3rd TC. As he gets 2 more probes for the bench. Again, not quite worth it for Clem. So I do favor herO in this position. herO, he has a faster third base. He has better saturation. He shuts down the initial opener, the initial Widowmine drop, and the Banshees as well. Haven't really done any damage. Well, they haven't done enough. But Clem's not out of this. He's not out of this yet. As herO moves out, Widowmine drop comes back. Widowmines that have returned. One of them waddling into the middle line. Actually staying at the 4th. Other does drop in. Oh! And here he's committing. Now, we've been here before. Just like the last game, I don't think herO has to break the natural, but he's going for it. I mean, the tanks are exposed. Oh. Tanks are exposed. No bunker. No SimCity. Tanks, no siege. Yeah, tanks are going to go down. Oh my god, they get shut down completely. And herO, he's going for the kill. Boys are being pulled. SCVs are going down. Nice force field, just avoids the main army, and GG gets called. herO, he will take game number 3 and take a lead in the series. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Unfortunate timing there, Clem. He just lifted the CC, he just unsieged, he was not ready for a fight, and he got caught with his pants down. herO just went straight for the kill, straight for the win. Again, it was a better start for herO. We did mention that Clem, he did delay a lot in favor of Widowmine drop and Banshee harass, and it wasn't worth it. It wasn't worth it. With the failed early game aggression out of Clem, he did fall behind. He was a little bit vulnerable, but alongside that, it coincided with, you know, lifting up the CC, which means there was an opening at the natural and unsieging those tanks as well. They were completely caught out, and with that, herO, he overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. herO does overwhelm, and herO, he is 1 game away from claiming the entire series. Now, I'm hoping for an ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5, but the pressure is now on Clem. Can Clem bounce back? Can he force the ace match? Game 4 is going to be on El Dorado. Could be loading into El Dorado. We'll see how this ends. As spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have our French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid down in the series. The pressure's on. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, leading the series 2-1, one game away from claiming the series. Currently teamless, by the way, deserving to be on the team. It is herO. Here we go. Again, as of last week, herO, he is a free agent. We were discussing during the podcast how currently Team Vitality is looking for a third member. herO, we could see Vitality herO. Could happen. Could happen. Again, if and when EWC gets announced, herO is definitely going to be, I'm sure, getting a lot of offers, as he is the best offline Protoss player in the world, if not the best Protoss in the world, period. Can make an argument. As he is going to be scouting, checks the third location, checks the linear third, checks the center third as well. herO duck. No, shot. No. We can never dream to afford herO. No. Maybe one day. I'd like to have a pro team again, like to properly like salary players and all that stuff, but maybe one day if we grow a little bit more, potentially bring it back. So now we do have it herO just going for a standard opener, just gate, cyber, expand. Likewise, Clem going for his own opener as well, just going for a racked expand into a much later second gas geyser. A much more economic start here by Clem. Much more economic. So we're slowing things down here. We're not being anywhere near as aggressive as we were last time. We have our tech of choice here going for his Twilight Council into Blink. The question becomes, how many gateways? Does it go 2-gate Blink, or 3, or even 4? We're expecting 3-gate Blink. It's just a very safe way to play, especially on a map as unorthodox as El Dorado. Safe play is what we expect to see. We'll keep an eye on herO. Does always try to do the unexpected. That's who he be. Players are securing themselves. We have our 1-1-1 at a Clem, most likely just going for a Widowmine drop, assuming we go for a Widowmine after that Hellion. We'll keep an eye on Clem. Meanwhile, herO, he opens up the third. Okay. Mines through the gold minerals. And this is one of the big features, of course, of El Dorado is the triangular third, the potential triangular third base, as you can expand it towards your opponents and gain access to the gold bases. There's the, of course, gold base closest to your main base, and the gold base here in the center of the map as well. So there are these two golds that herO will have access to. Meanwhile, here comes that drop across the map. Not going for a mine drop, going for a marine drop instead. And this is a little bit more committed. The goal here is to get economic damage, to focus on as many probes as possible. These are vanilla marines. They get spotted by the probe. herO, he responds. And he zones away. Does zone away. Hellions towards that natural. Clem going for a multi-prone aggression. herO's distracted. Yeah, herO's not in position. And Hellions, they're going for the middle line. 3 Hellions, they can one-shot probes. They can and they will. Yeah, probes are going down. Brutal damage. Boys are being got up. They're being pulled, and they're all going to go down. This is game ending even. 14 probes. 14 workers do fall. 16 probes. Oh, and before the game can really begin, I mean, the medevac does go down, but that is brutal. That is the entire mineral line getting roasted. And just like that, Clem takes the lead. Clem takes the lead. All he has to survive. Here he's being forced into an all-in. He has to counterattack. He has to move out. He has to do some kind of damage, and it's all on Clem to survive. Second bunker's on the way. Second bunker tells us he knows. He knows that a massive army is coming, and just has to hold. To win the game, he just has to hold on here and now. Tank has arrived. Boys are being pulled to repair. Bunkers being filled up. Observer gets caught. Nice sniping on the Raven. Raven goes down. Another warp in. Again, 3 gateways behind this. Going for a 4th gateway as well. Proxy 4th gate. He wants a bunker. One more volley. He gets it. He gets one. Can he get both? Oh, no mass here as he barely does not get it. The repairs are too good. Clem's holding. Clem is holding on. The mass repair was just a little bit too good here. Second tank has arrived. Snipes the observer. Boys are being pulled. As he dives in. Gets one of the tanks. Oh, God. Gets one tank. He gets punished, though. Stalkers are going down. Nice control. Blinks away. Can't get too close. Cannot dive too far in. You can see here trying to bait out the tank shots. Does go up. Here rotating over. Takes out the bunker. Not bad. Bunker goes down. Diving into the mineral line. Boys are being pulled. Second tank has arrived. And this is okay damage, but here he needs more. Remember, behind this, never expanded. Never took a third. Just 2 base all in. We're bringing 4 units at a time. But now there are 2 tanks. He's going for the dive once again. He barely does it. No, he doesn't get it. Doesn't get the tank. Clem holds. Yeah, Clem is holding. The Zach boys are brutal. Oh my god. And it's not worth it here. Hero's going to lose everything. Every stalker goes down. GG gets called, and Clem, he will tie the series. We are going to the ace match. GG. Ooh. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he was able to get 16 probe kills. That is an entire mineral line worth of workers. What does it take to kill a worker? 3 Hellions. 3 Hellions, they one-shot a probe, and we did see herO pull into the Hellions as well. So he lost everything. He lost everything. He was forced into an all-in, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Clem, he was able to hold on, threw down 2 bunkers, barely was able to repair his tanks, repair the bunkers as well, bought time, and with that, GG. Did snowball out of control, and now we're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. We're going to the ace match. It all ends here. It all ends in game 5. Dolan, herO, and Light? No. Dolan, herO, and Eric. How could you forget Eric, Pappy? Eric. Let's go. As spawning in the top right-hand corner, of Leylines, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. Bringing us back here and forcing the ace match. Can he go all the way? Momentum is on his side. Representing Team Liquid, it is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, being forced into the ace match. Can he bring it back? It is herO. Go. Tesagi. Kappa. But again, unfortunately, herO, he just didn't see the Hellions. He wasn't aware that he would have to defend against the drop and Hellions at the same time. So herO was just out of position. He was pulled out of position. He was pulled apart. And with that, Clem did snowball into a win. Meanwhile, we do switch things up. Clem opening up double gas. Double gas open out of Clem. This can lead into early Cyclone, can lead into early Tank, early Banshee, Reaper Hellion, or Reactor Reaper Hellion. We'll see what Clem goes for. As Clem, he has been mixing up his openers quite a bit. He has been mixing it up. We have seen a lot of variety so far when it comes to the opening builds of Clem. herO back at home, Gate, Cybercore into the expansion, into the natural. So far, so good. It's building up. Factory's on the way. There's the expansion for herO. But what I want to see here is the add-ons. Do we go for the early reactor? We do not. It's going to be Reaper into a second Reaper here for Clem, most likely opening up Hellion, but the follow-up here is what I'm most curious by. Reaper moves out, making his way across the map. Make his way across, counters the initial sentry. Sentry should hold its own. There's that Hellion. And we have a star. Oh my god. We have a Stargate opener. That is a bold move here by herO. He's going for the Stargate opener. Clem, the scout, is denied. He does not know yet. He's unaware. Behind this, going for a Widowmine drop initially. So Hellion into Widowmine. And Clem, he needs to figure out what's going on. He needs to scout this to punish. As it can be really risky, very risky here to open up Stargate. On Clem to scout, does dive in, going for the sentry. Sentry is going to fall, massive pickup. Boys were pulled. And likewise, does get a probe. More importantly, gets behind the mineral line and scouts the opener. Stargate into Phoenix. Clem knows. He sees, he knows what's going on, is aware. And behind this, we need Cyclones, we need Vikings. Oh. Mine Shell doesn't get baited out. Now this time, Phoenixes are going to be amassing. And here we go, the anti-air production has begun. There's that Cyclone alongside a medevac. herO moving out ahead of time, being very aggressive early on. Now he's aware of that Widowmine, and I imagine that's what the probe is for. Bait out the mine shots. Yep, probe is moving in. Widowmine does back off. And where's that Widowmine? The probe wants it. Does commit in. Widowmine gets spotted. And so far, Clem, he does hold. Does push us back. Nice lift. But the Cyclone has ride. Phoenix goes down. Massive pickup. And Clem defends. Does defend. Hop pick up there. Saves the Cyclone. Doesn't get picked up. Doesn't get lifted by the Phoenixes, I mean. Oh. Clem is holding behind this, going to earlier stim. Earlier Marauder production as well. He's building up to eventually break out. Back at home, herO takes his gases before the third base, so delayed economy here for herO. For what? For a faster Bay and faster Colossus production. So very safe play out of herO. There is a give and take. It doesn't mean that his economy is going to be delayed. It's going to be much later. A slower growth of his army, but faster Colossus instead. And we'll see if it pays off. But now he's just trying to maintain map control, keeping him pinned back. Being pinned. Just waiting for the upgrades. Once Stim finishes, then Clem can actually break out and move out across the map. And we'll see if herO can hold. We'll see if he can survive this. So building on more Marauders. Scan at the natural, doesn't see much. Gets eyes on... actually, he sees the late Twilight Council. Okay, that's a tell. So because the Twilight Council was so late, I mean, he barely sees Colossus towards the end, but he can deduce that it is going to be Colossus as a follow-up. So he knows. He knows the charge is late, and he breaks out. Does break out. There is soon to be a second Colossus. That might be enough. As Clem is committing. He doesn't pull the boys. Behind this, no third CC yet, but still just rallying. Drop into the natural. Oh, hero's in position. Nicely done. He will clean this up. Shuts down the meta. Here comes the main army. A stims in. He wants those Colossi. And can he get them? First tank is going to go down. Here he's holding. He's holding on. Clem going for the drop. Binks will punish. And herO, he's shutting this down. So far, so good. Yeah, the Menax are falling one after the other. There's no escaping this. Does escape with one. The army's out of position. The third base may even go down. Oh, he's stimming in. He's going for the Nexus. He will target it, and it will fall. herO just getting pulled apart. Again, herO just wasn't ready for this. Was not in position. Behind this, drop into the main, going for more probes. And this is getting out of hand. It's getting out of hand here. 11, 12, 13 probe, 14! 14 probe kills. And herO isn't dead, but he's crippled here. Lost an expansion, lost a mineral line. Bio army still standing strong. herO, he can't fight this head on. Colossus is looking very exposed. Yeah, Clem, he sims in. He wants a Colossus, he gets one. Takes down one, doesn't quite get the other. Still a better trade for Clem. Here's committed. Oh no! Oh god. Losing an immortal. Yeah, the mines, they pop off. And here he's forced to engage here. Still not ideal, he's still out in the open. These Colossus are just so fragile. They're still moving in. Still pushing him, and he has to. And what can he do? He's behind. Here, he has to go for the kill here and now. War Prism has arrived. More Zealots. More reinforcements. He's up the Widow Mine. And here's all in. He's all in here. He has to break this natural. Is pushing forward. The boys are being pulled. And nice lift here from Clem. And does pull the boys. Viking chasing down the Colossus. Does hold on for now. Doesn't commit. Colossus, they survive. Survive, diving in once again. Reinforcements have arrived though. Clem, he just has so many Marauders. Doesn't get the Colossus. They're so low. Deep in the red. Hot pickup. Nice control. Oh my god. The control. herO saves the Colossus. They're one shot away from going down, and they're gonna fall. One Colossus remains. And soon to be down to 0. herO, he's running out of steam. He's running out of army, losing everything here. And this is all that herO had left. It's all that he had. And it just was not enough. And Clem is pushing. He's moving out. There's nothing to stop him. Like, the Colossus, it's barely standing. Oh, God, it's not anymore. Colossus goes down. There's one more reinforcing Colossi, but there's no Prism, there's no control, there's no micro. And Clem has done it. Clem, he breaks through. Went all the way to the ace match. herO, he was so close to claiming the series, but GG gets caught, and Clem, he will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's WardiTV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. A very, very intense final game here. Again, Clem, he popped off. He was able to break through the expansion, got into the mineral line. Initially, herO, he was defending well. Initially, herO, he deflected the first push. Initially, herO, he kept up with the first drop, but he overreacted, or he overextended. When we saw the drop into the main base, herO, he responded with everything. The entire army rotated into the main, and that exposed the third. And that allowed Clem to kill the third base and to snowball from there, to just snowball into a win. All it takes is one opening, one lapse in judgment, and Clem will take advantage of you. He will take advantage of you. He will abuse that, and he will take the game. GG. GG, well played. herO, he was torn apart. Likewise, I feel like El Dorado was a bittersweet game as well, because El Dorado was like, bam, Hellion run by GG. Like, that's kind of what it was on El Dorado. So that was a little bit anticlimactic. But here, you know, we popped off. We saw herO force into the all-in. Barely didn't break it. Actually, quite similar to game 4. Now that I think about it, both El Dorado and this game, we saw Clem do crippling damage early on and forcing an all-in out of herO. So did force the all-in twice, and with that did survive twice as well. GG. GG well played. Clem, he will claim the series. He will be our champion. Shout out to herO though, because herO, sure, he may not have beaten Clem, but he forced the ace match. herO, he defeated MaxPax in the semis. He went to the ace match against Clem in the finals. It was a very impressive performance. GG well played. And with that, I'm sure we're going to get a rematch in a couple of hours. For those that are curious, both Clem and herO, they typically stay up. They stay up and they play in the Monday night weekly as well. We don't cast that here on the channel. That is covered by some of the European casters, by Rotterdam, by the other language casters. I want to say maybe sometimes Zombie Grub does stay up, or sometimes Steadfast casts as well. Sometimes you have some other coverage, but do check it out over on their respective channels, as the Monday Night Weekly is about to begin in half an hour. Let me just double check. Yeah, in half an hour. So half an hour is Monday Night Weekly. We are going to be going to bed. We're going to be live in 8 hours. We're going to be live in 8 hours time with our next broadcast. Switching our scenes over, let's catch up on our schedule. Here we go. The next cast here on the channel is going to be at 10 a.m. KST. That is going to be the Pigasaur Monday. Pigasaur Monday is up next here on the channel. Again, that's going to be in 8 hours time. We're going to be live here broadcasting some more StarCraft. herO is probably going to be there as well, alongside many other players. Players like Trigger, players like Dark, Cure. Sometimes Clem and MaxPax stay up. Not always. It's very rare actually, but sometimes they stay up for that as well. Do check it out. Gonna be a lot of good fun. Likewise, we're gonna be live tomorrow in less than 24 hours with the OC King of the Hill. That is, of course, a King of the Hill best of 1 format where we get 15 players and purely best of 1 to determine this week's King of the Hill. So look forward to that on Tuesday. Likewise, on Wednesday, we have Code for Giants Cup. On Thursday, we have the Pondcast. Friday, we have FSL, SEL, SDO, and Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft on the horizon. If you see something you like, if you want to tune in yourself, then check out our YouTube channel, ! Socials in the chat. You will get a link to our YouTube. We do upload on YouTube on a daily basis. Plenty of content to dive into. Plenty of content. It's beautiful, it's amazing. So do check it out. Otherwise, we're wrapping up. Also, if you want to help support us monetarily, you can do so via Patreon, ! Patreon in the chat. You will get a link to our Patreon channel here. All the money on Patreon goes directly towards our tournaments. We host events, monthly events like Sea Duckling Open, Masters on Open. We host weekly events like Sparkling Tuna Cup. It is all funded via Patreon. So if you want to help support us, if you want to help support the StarCraft scene, you can do so via Patreon. If you wish. We're close. We're so close to our next goal. We're almost there. This is live taking it easy. Yes, yes. If you notice, usually we cast twice a day, every day. This week, we're taking it easy. I say this week, this month. This month, we're taking it easy. We are still going to be casting on a daily basis, but as you can see, we have multiple days where we only have one cast. Ah, it's beautiful. So multiple days we only have one cast. That means that we have more time to sleep, we have more time to rest, and more time to stream and play other games as well. So I should be live on some of those days on my personal channel with some ladder, with some StarCraft ladder, some Final Fantasy, some other games as well. Again, I got Final Fantasy 16. I got Final Fantasy 16 for my birthday, actually, back in October. And first thing, I couldn't play it because my PC wasn't good enough. Then for Christmas, I upgraded my PC, but I haven't been able to play it really. I've had like maybe 4 streams, I want to say. I've barely touched it. I just haven't had the time. We've been casting so much. Coming into March, I can finally stream some Final Fantasy. I'll finally stream some ladder sessions as well. Gonna be fun. Gonna be amazing. Gonna be a great time. More of a chill kind of setting as opposed to us casting. And yeah, check it out if you're interested. Check it out. Only quacks when. Ah, no. Este Siler. You're an animal. You're an animal. But ! Light in the chat. You'll get a link to my Twitch channel. And again, I'm only ever live there whenever we're not casting. So it's very rare, actually. I don't get to cast too often. Maybe like once a week sort of thing. Sorry, I don't get to stream too often. Maybe once a week sort of thing. But check me out there if you wish. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support. Again, we're going to be back in 8 hours time with Pigasaur Monday. Or we'll be back later on tomorrow night in OC King of the Hill. Regardless, plenty of StarCraft here on the channel. Do follow us if you want to tune into some more StarCraft. Otherwise, thank you so much. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. Find someone. Otherwise, thanks for watching. Thanks for watching. Thanks for support, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego. See you next time.